Make sure you not actually for less than an hour. And then end up getting up at 2 a.m. in the morning to play some fucking map or Fortnite match. Horror map was actually good. I'm gonna play it again. This is fun. They got one called Face Your Fears, and the one I played yesterday was Close Your Eyes. Make an anomaly thing. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I think I'm pretty sure I have that game. Hang it. Because I played it with like one friend before. Okay, it's fun and all, but Dark Hours. I was close.
Yes. Yeah, Dark Hours.
Yeah, I have it. I own it. I just don't have it downloaded because I haven't played it in forever. The fuck is Dawn of Defiance? The fuck is this shit? Biome Overhaul? It's like a survival game or something?
Whoever keeps putting this shit out into the world, y'all are
Stop looking at it. I'm telling you, the more you look at it, the more fucking likely it's gonna happen.
Well, no, that's the thing. I was literally just scrolling past and it popped up and I heard the song and I'm like, bitch. I looked at the caption and just scrolled. Nope.
Why are they putting them? I'm just gonna say this right now. And anybody in my chat, if you see a post playing Reba McEntire's music and saying not this year 2026 or any other celebrity for that matter, you type in their chat or comments, knock that shit the fuck off. That's how you put evil in the world. And then you ban them motherfuckers.
Yeah, first Reba, now someone just did it about Alan.
Evil in the world.
I will.
Alan Jackson?
Yes!
Oh, hell no. You will leave Alan Jackson the fuck alone.
Now you see why I said.
That's my boy.
I seen caption and I scrolled so fucking fast.
I'll fucking Chattahoochee you, motherfucker.
He might be done doing concerts, but don't you fucking dare. No, I can't handle any more of this.
No, I can't. August is already a shitty ass month. I don't need no more death in my life. In 2 days, yeah, 2 days we lost Dolly, we lost Optimus Prime's voice actor, and fucking Tim Curry, the voice actor of so many goddamn animations and shows and movies, and fucking just a great overall actor of horror and comedy. That
the original It.
I broke down last night, okay? I couldn't handle that death. No more death. Done. Give me a fucking wedding. But not Taylor Swift's. I don't want that. I hope that bitch gets divorced, actually. Matter of fact, give me a divorce. Taylor Swift and the other guy getting divorced. That'll work for me. Come at me, Swifties. I don't give a fuck. Give me a divorce or something else. I don't want no more death. Fuck that
I was
shit.
just about to fucking.
It's only fucking August, bitch.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why people are putting that shit out into the fucking universe. Like,
I don't know, for the same reason all the Democrats are finally leaving the woke culture behind because they realize the next election's coming up and they're never gonna win if they keep talking fucking these woke people. It's the same shit every fucking year, man. People are just fucking. People are really trying to push the fucking deaths. It's like It's like if you love somebody that much to the point where you don't want them to die, do not put that evil in the world. Don't even comment it. Don't even think about it. Perish the thought. Literally perish that fucking thought. Kill that shit before it leaves your brain. The only thought I want to hear about is how you think, what you think deaf people sound like on a roller coaster. That's it. I'm done. I can't anymore. Fucking, I hate people so much, man. I really fucking do.
But now you see why that one hit me so hard, because
if you put that evil in the world, I'm going to fucking kill you. Okay? Not in Minecraft, not in a video game. I will end you.
Like, the first one putting it in the universe was bad enough. But to put him in there too? No, stop it.
Yeah, you know, you leave Alan Jackson out of this.
Like, you leave both of them out of this, damn it.
You leave Alan Jackson, you leave all my boys out of that shit. What the fuck is this? Some fucking Teletubbies ass fucking shit?
Slightly funny topic to change the subject a little bit. We were talking about celebrity ages because I was, you know, talking about Dolly to my coworker. Because she has no idea who Dolly is because she's younger. So I had to explain it to her, and I was like, I looked at her and I was like, you do realize that Johnny Depp is like in his 50s, getting close to 60, right? And she looked at me and she goes, huh?
Yeah, like, fucking, what's her face? Like, his ex-wife was in her 40s. Right?
She's like, he is not. And I'm like, yeah, no, Johnny Depp is old.
Yeah, fucking, what's her face? Margot Robbie, I'm pretty sure, is in her 30s now.
No, we didn't pick a place to land. We fucked up.
Good shot. Okay.
Yeah, fuck it.
As the guild master, I must say that you are not allowed to play Fortnite anymore. As the person who does not give two shits about what you say, I can tell you go suck my dick. How about it? You can guild these masters up your nuts, bitch. And who the fuck died and made you guild master, bitch?
I vote yes, Fortnite. It's 2-1 out.
Exactly. You can be the guild master all you want. Stop just delete the server. And you can't guild master nothing.
I say you can be guild master, but don't mean I ain't gonna argue the fuck back and piss you off. I can argue the fuck back.
Guild master these nuts in your mouth, boy.
Like his experience, my arguments. Probably hasn't made me go want to bash his head into a wall a few times.
My head, your head, everyone else in the vicinity's head, you know, just is what it is.
Just, you know,
look, heads gotta roll sometimes. I don't know what to tell you. Preferably other people's heads, it's just not mine. Get these fucking guns out of here. Loophole needs to get fixed for real. Are you fighting people? I saw a lot of people land here.
A lot of people did land here, but I have not seen or
I don't know why
fought
I made
a
the
single
mistake of
person
bringing
yet.
a Sonic Sprite.
That's your own damn fault.
Bitch! I'm getting shot from both ends! My dick, my pussy, my ass!
How are you being shot? Damn
Don't know! This bitch is on my ass, dude! Kill him! Kill him! That's what you get for trying to steal people's shit, asshole. Watch it.
I couldn't fucking switch to the... I hate
This
the
is really
fucking
get targeted for a sprite everybody else already fucking has. Because if so, you're gay and ill. You're Billy Irish. Irish? Yeah, I'm gonna call you Irish. Billy Irish. She don't deserve to be called Eilish. She's
good
Irish.
over there?
I took the L out of her name. Give her that L back later.
Did I tell you that me and Ryan ended up winning a game and I picked up someone's Cheat Master Bush Sprite that was mastered off of their body?
That's funny. You know, that's the only fucking Cheat Master besides Sonic and fucking Jonesy and the King Sprite I don't have mastered. Never mind, I don't have any of them mastered except for like 2. Whatever. Master D's. Damn right. Look at this little bitch. He even picked my Sprite, so what are you targeting me for, you bitch? Come back, motherfucker. I think you need to look at the server settings. This is the second time I became a GM on your server. I don't care. I'll fix it later. Bro, how long has it been since I've been on the game? Let's be honest. It don't fucking matter. Being GM doesn't do anything anyway. You have the, basically the only thing you have different than everybody else is just the fucking right to boot people. That's about it. I need to fix my ultra leap. It's fucking weird. My leap motion's a little too, You went back to the lobby, didn't you? Oh, you're not even ready up yet.
Not at all.
What the fuck is my...
I totally wasn't switching back to my, Again?
There, are you more close? There we go, that's better. Okay, I fixed it. Yay! There we go.
You unbroken it?
I unbroke it in my hands.
Good job.
You haven't played for over 3 weeks. I'm the fact that you're keeping tabs on that is kind of surprising.
Unless it also says how many days ago you played.
Probably. It is. I'll play when I feel like playing. Also, if your ass is on tomorrow, we're playing shift at midnight, so if you want to play, that would be the time to join us. I don't know what time we're playing, because Q still has not messaged me back, told me when she wants to play. Because she's a butthead. And I'm about to scream at her. I've been like, bitch, the fuck we playing? And she feels like, oh, I already told you. I'm like, no, you didn't.
Are you sure?
Yep, I'm very sure.
I think maybe you forgot.
I forget shit. No, I did tell her. That's like 2 days ago. I was like, hey, you want to play this game? She's like, yeah. I was like, okay, let's play it on what day you can get free. She said Friday or Sunday. I said, well, I can do Friday. So, and I told her I'll be home by 5, so we can do 5. And she never responded. So now I'm just waiting to hear back. And I'm like, bitch, if you don't tell me what day you want to play at what time, I'm gonna fucking hurt you. I'm already asking other people they want to play with us. So don't fucking make it worth my while. Make it worth my fucking while here. Before I fuck you up. I say golden.
Why are you just running away?
I don't know. We just being stalked by fags. Hardcore Fortnite fan right here, there. Yeah, I'm not playing hardcore Fortnite. You're incorrect. I thought you meant Minecraft, honestly. Like I said, yeah, I'll never play Minecraft hardcore either, because I'm probably gonna ass hands to me. I'll die like the first day. It'll be over. It would be over so quickly. I feel like I need to make this spot. It's cute. She has her bird mind moments. Oh no, she makes a damn point to fucking save and pin shit when I say something to fucking run it right back in my face. Trust me, little shit's good at gaslighting. I fucked her up. She better be ready to go on Friday. I'm gonna fucking keep your butt. Yes, because I really need a fucking push right now, buddy. Somehow I doubt I'm gonna find any of the fucking sprites I need. Let's be honest here. That chicken combo, good luck with that.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to rip that shit out of someone else's cold dead fingers. Tempt me, I will. Yeah, that's right.
Tree.
And properly, bitch. Batch.
What? Batch? I'm in the hole.
I don't know. Still the same batch.
Why are you a bush?
Because apparently my bush ranger sprite decided to give me a bush for some random reason.
I need some ability. Why do you want to bring a bush?
I things happen. Decisions were made.
Clearly decisions were made. I just don't know if they were the right decisions.
Well, I have to level up a little. Okay, I get that they fucking buffed the fucking Mega Man, but then they have to put so many in chests? Holy shit. Like, you're not really versatile in the loot pool when you just give us nothing but fucking Mega Mans. I get it's buffed, but that means everyone else is going to be carrying one, which means I'm not really fucking paid.
Nah, just get a tail sprite and fly in the air.
Yeah, for some reason this gun has like no fucking like. Oh, like homing, so you're basically just shooting at whatever, hoping to God it hits. It's the only gripe I have about the Mega Man.
Oh, the
Mega Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you either have to hit the ground around them or hit them directly, or else it doesn't fucking even hit them.
Yeah, you either have to hit right next to them or they're
yeah, it's gotta be pretty close range or you're not hitting the shit anyway.
Oh, I hear that code. Let me in the window.
You deal with code, I'll deal with you guys.
Okay.
Cause I wanna murder shit.
And it's a Sonic break.
Got him. They did.
Oh, that was easy.
Yeah, Mega Man.
No, my lord.
I mean, we haven't touched Minecraft in years. I won't be touching that game unless I'm depressed and bored. I get bored so easily at games like that. Power World's like, I don't know, like, I've gotten so far, I'm at the end, I'm just really kind of waiting for everyone to want to get on and play it all together, and then fucking go beat the last boss. And then we can restart the server. And fucking... so I can start building my shit in different places and I have to do all this extra bullshit. I figure once if I actually finish the game, I'll probably set the game to like regular everything. And just fucking turn it into a grind server. Maybe expand it and add more people. Make it like a fucking, what do you call it? Story multiplayer, whatever it's called. SMP. SMG. Suck my guck. That was pretty good. You can't even deny it. Go, 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 go.
Oh my god.
What?
I literally just looked at the chest and go, tails? And then it gives me tails.
You know your goddamn luck of the draw shit. Get out of here.
Harpoon. Damn it.
Ha! You won't get it twice. You only get one. It's like Spider-Man. Everybody gets one.
Oh, yeah, there's someone in front of me, by the way.
Yeah, there's
there's two
someone
people
right,
in front of me.
Then why are you standing in front of them? I'm coming.
I got it. Hold on.
Sure about that?
I got it.
Okay. I could have sworn there was someone to my right, though.
I told you I got it.
No, you get that back. Fight you.
Oh, hey, there's no
Take my
red.
Mega Man away from
500
me,
meters
bitch.
away.
Good.
Harpoon.
Oh, you know, we could probably just use our cheat codes. Oh, we haven't yet.
What do you mean?
Our cheat codes?
You mean the locators?
Yeah.
I used mine before.
Next to me. Check it out.
Go for it. I'm gonna go see if I can't make it to this override. Even though probably not.
Okay, game. That was weird. Don't do that again. How about that?
Fly, take it, fly.
Ah, got tails.
Hey, there you go.
Not Chico tails, but tails. And I just dropped my fucking cheap master bush spray. Get back here. You little shit. You're not allowed to leave. You're stuck with me, bitch. How many can I use of them? Oh, that's good. Of course it does. Fucking cool down,
someone's
bro.
here. Hold on.
Ah, shit, you gonna die. Oh, I got bushed. Call me Barbara Bush. I just got bushed.
Oh, what the fuck is going on? Oh, the cartridge is in my way.
I still have to do this stupid fucking quest, too.
Friend.
Got another tails,
Where are you at,
but
bitch?
not what I'm looking for.
Where's your friend at? Ah. Did you just shoot at me? You did.
Fuck myself.
Come here, bitch.
Oh, I see it.
Thank you.
I see something. Is this a bot lobby?
More powerful pickaxe.
This is like a bot lobby.
Pickaxe deals massive damage. If we do that, we can just smack people with pickaxe.
Do it. Hopefully it'll count
But
towards my
unfortunately, it
quest
applies it to the whole lobby.
Alright, who the fuck's actually gonna use a pickaxe?
If they get up close, I'm just gonna whack.
Whack, whack, whack.
Fucking shotgun, bitch. You think I'm gonna switch to the shotgun? Nah, I'm gonna keep my assault rifle in my hand, and if you get close, I'm pressing triangle, and I'm snapping you with the fucking
Aw, it didn't count for me. That's gay.
I'm gonna go fight the boss.
Okay, I'm behind you. Oh, we got Sonic Speed. Someone else used it.
Sonic Speed.
Yep,
There
and
we
there's
go,
someone
two
off to my left, by the way. They just shot him. Found him. Knocked one. The other one's somewhere over here.
Find the rock. I see him. Got him.
There we go. That was easy.
Damn right. Yeah, does it not feel like the lobbies are a little less sweaty?
I was gonna say, definitely
A
feels
little bit.
less fucking sweaty, that's for
Final
sure.
fucking way. Can actually enjoy the game again. Let's go.
Where's this boss? Oh, there's
Apparently
somebody
the
here.
bosses are guaranteed to give you one at least.
Somebody
Oh,
here.
nice.
Fucking shot it.
Samurai Jack is dead.
I want you to know I really did just go up to him and fucking pickaxe him to death. I just ran up on the bitch that was shooting at you and said, come here.
That's funny.
Oh, God. Alright, hold on. I
Where's
need
the
to...
boss at?
It's over here. Come here. Hold on. Come do typos first. Run! Alright. Now I'm gonna go pickaxe the boss to death. Come here.
Sweet.
Oh my God.
Oh my god, that damage is insane. Oh. Do I have him yet? I don't remember. Did you give me? Yeah, you gave him to me. Want him?
Yeah, I think so.
You don't want him, I'll take him. I can switch
yeah,
on
you
my
can
big
take
monster.
What's yours
So
at?
close
Oh,
to
4?
maxing out.
Yeah, fuck that. You have like a puny little.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting shot at. Behind us. Above. Somewhere. Oh no, below. Never mind, he did.
He did.
Bruh. The lobbies feel so much
there's a blue
not
assault.
annoying.
There's a blue assault rifle if you want it.
Sure, why not? I can actually use it because I feel like I'm gonna fucking get lasered by it.
I'm running out of storm. What am I doing? I'm being a fucking. How much you wanna bet he was going to the reboot van? It's either a bot or reboot van.
Yeah, it's probably one for the reboot van. Dumbass turn around and attack those delicate dumbass.
Yeah, probably seen us and thought that he could knock us down, but.
Should have
no,
said to open
fine.
the chest and I'll have my push ranger next. Ow, I fucking took fall damage like an idiot.
Oh, there's a chest right there.
Damn. Hang on. Damn it, one more. One more.
Oh my lord, bitch. Hold on. Oh, one over here.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
That about fell in a hole. Here, there's a hole.
There we go. Now
Oh.
I just need an extract.
Fine, I found you a chest for no reason.
I mean, I can use it for the bunny. I haven't maxed him out yet.
I
Oh,
mean,
I
you
thought I
can
dropped
do
my
that.
tail spray. Fuck.
Oh yeah, I think it's over there where we killed the first two.
Yeah, I
There's a
thought it
flare
was
gun
right
over here.
here. I don't see it
That
there.
would be nice. Actually, yeah, fuck the shotgun. Give me the fucking flare gun. Give me the flare gun.
Bruce.
That's Sonic.
I don't
Take
know
the
where my
flare
tail
gun,
spread is.
spot him, and then
whatever.
just run up behind him with super speed and back.
Exactly. Oh, apparently I got the Sonic
Mystic
shoes.
assault rifle for distance, and then rapid for close. Fuck it. Who needs guns whenever you can?
True. That do be true. Run, bitch, run! Who that?
Nico!
What's up? don't have enough for a portable. Fuck. They finally fixed the lobbies. They don't feel so sweaty.
We're actually having fun.
I know, it's actually fun to play Fortnite again. It's fucking crazy. Don't tell me about any more people dying. I'm done being depressed. Bro, you already told me. Don't tell me no more. Yeah, well now people are online putting fucking Reba McEntire and fucking other celebrities going, not this year, guys. Like, why are you trying to put that evil out there, my guy? Are you trying to get killed?
Like 2026, don't you dare. And like
literally
like,
put Alan Jackson. Like, bitch, I'll fucking hurt you.
Yeah, I've seen a few that were like
They need to shut the fuck up. Like, this is how they take them from us. I'm telling you.
Bro, you don't put that energy into the universe.
Exactly. As soon as you put that energy into the universe, that's when people start dying, and we're all blaming you for it.
Because I'm just sitting here scrolling TikTok, and I hear a Reba song come on, and I'm like, ooh, Reba. And then I look down and read it, and I'm like, what the fuck? And then sure enough, here's like 2-3 more down. I hear Alan Jackson start, and I'm like, don't you dare. I look at the comments, nope, scroll immediately.
I told him I'll give him that. I told him you touch fucking. Exactly. If you go after, if you put that evil on Alan Jackson, I'm gonna Chattahoochee you upside the head.
And it will be hotter than a hoochie coochie.
Damn right. And Johnny's daddy will not be pleased.
That out in the fucking universe. Like, what's wrong with you?
No, somebody. Yeah. Well, don't put that evil out there either. By the way.
There's also
Tim McGraw's song. That song
left,
fucking played at my sister's
3
funeral.
solos.
I'd fucking kill somebody if something was happening to Tim McGraw.
Well, back when you were listening to me about the fucking team, it's either 3 other solos or
you said there's 3 people below us.
Oh, hey, I found
and the
one.
circle's that way, by the way.
Found one.
So murder his face. Right there. There's one in the bush, too. They're coming right for us. There's some fucking stupid reason.
First flare gun.
Being stupid. Fucking gun, ran out of ammo.
Damn it! I'm trying to pickaxe the bitch.
No! She had no health. I had that. Fuck out of here, bro. My gun, like, refused to shoot. I'm so mad.
I was just trying to scare her ass off with a pickaxe.
But to be fair, that felt more fair. That felt like a fair game. I'm gonna say it. That felt a lot more fair. Thank fuck.
That game didn't make me want to fucking break.
Yeah, that game didn't make me want to literally scream my fucking head off like I did the other night. Oh, I was so mad. You have no idea. She knows because she was there, but I was mad. Like, y'all lucky I wasn't streaming.
Are you talking about the Colombo moment?
Yes. The Colombo moment where I almost fucking had, like, literally fucking uninstalled the game.
I didn't
Level
tell you
4
to bring
fucking
it.
Colombo. Bring it in. Get immediately fucking game wiped because these fucking tryhards just targeted all of us out of nowhere. All because one of their dumb teammates had to jump down in the fucking hole after us thinking he was cute. Little bitch.
Yep. And then, of course, the moment my ass went up the fucking hole, here comes his teammate down the fucking hole for your ass.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time I got down the hole, your ass was already dead.
No, I was still alive. You two died. I was trying to save myself and fucking like got shotgun before I could extract. Yeah, I was trying to extract the Colombo before he got me.
Yeah, because I got fucked by my Tetris wall. I remember, yeah.
Tetris walls and closed spaces are a horrible idea.
Well, the thing was, is I was literally standing almost on top of it, like inside of it, and she was standing next to it, and it gave it to her, even though I'm literally like inside the fucking Tetris.
I feel like it should have given everybody that was in the server.
Yeah, no, it only gave it to the enemy. I was pissed, because I'm the one that threw it down.
Yeah, I'd be pissed too. That shouldn't happen at all.
Yeah, because I came back down in the hole to help y'all. I threw that down to heal, and then it gave it to her instead, and then she came after you with her teammate.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little distracted right now by that bodacious ass I'm staring at.
No, what, your teammate?
No, my model character. God damn, her ass is beautiful. Ass is ass, man. Ass is ass.
Don't forget to spank the bus driver.
You always should make much of a mistake.
Let me guess. We're going to the hole.
To the hole. To the holy hole. That's holy. What would werewolf Jesus do? Go to the hole. That's where you would go. To the hole.
I'm looking for your... Okay, it's like close. But for some reason I could not see anything.
Another question. How do you not know where the hole is without the thing?
Who, me? I know where the hole is.
What the fuck you're talking about?
The holy hole, that's holy.
The hole. The golden hole.
The hole, yeah, the hole, the golden place. The hole, the golden hole.
The golden hole.
The holy
Right
hole.
in between all the little golden trees. The little golden hole.
The holy hole, the golden forest.
Golden hole. Why is there footsteps?
The god hole.
Thank you.
Ah, I'm already down here.
No, that wouldn't be you. What the fuck?
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's not me. No, there's someone flying in. Close to us.
I got a
Better not
shotgun.
land in my hole, I'll kill him. Oh, that's Nico.
We can't see your footsteps. We can only see enemy footsteps.
Nah, I can see him gliding in though.
I mean, yeah, you can see it. You can't see it.
Ooh,
What you say? You can have a minigun all day.
People are like, I'm so tired of this spray and pray, man. And I'm like, bitch, I'm tired of you. Tired of you bitching. Get good. There's always a counter to a spray and pray, man. Called shotguns.
Oh, get good, nerd.
Yeah, that too. Get fucking good, nerd. I can't even say that. I've been telling people to get good and complaining about the same shit everyone else has been complaining about, so. Especially the hit fucking RNG, or the fucking hit registration is pretty bad this last couple seasons. I really need to fix that shit. He keeps falling down the hole. Literally, he's falling down the hole. I don't know, he comes up and he goes right back down. I
thought I was facing the right way, and it's like, haha, guess again, that's a wall, bitch.
He's trying to ride that shit, bro.
Oh, there.
Yeah, I'm on it. Gold driver's on it.
Fine.
I helped.
Hold on there, boy.
They're dead.
But wait, there's more.
Level 4, baby. Hell yeah.
Literally, but wait,
Look at all them squites. Give me all that McDonald's squite. It's fine, it's just Tetris. Hey, 8-bit gold. Nico, I'm pretty sure you need that.
Yes, I got it. Yeah.
Let's go. Big Bob, everyone needs it.
Oh.
That was
Well,
fun.
if Nico wouldn't have ran away from Tetris, he wouldn't need it.
True.
I don't know these things.
Tetris heals you and builds a wall in front of you, and you're fine.
Oh, because it almost fucking fell on me.
Nah, you'll be
It's
fine.
fine.
We'll just push
it
you
won't
away.
kill you.
No, it won't kill you.
Hey, I have one now too. I got one.
I thought you said I have 1 IQ. I was gonna say, yeah, you worried about that.
I mean, probably. I'm gonna lie.
I just know I heard him scream and run, and I'm like,
Say,
what
like,
are you doing?
Ooh, Mega Man. Give me. Who needs a shotgun when I got Mega Man? Probably still me.
Again. Fuck it.
Yeah, word. Oh man, that was funny. He's like, runs away.
My favorite thing.
Like, here, I'll help you. I'll give you some shields. Him, run away, death. Not death, help.
You don't know what help
Okay,
is.
let's go down. Okay. Oh,
You just take the reboot, man, and drive off.
I was trying to drive off, but then I got stuck.
Oh. That sounds like a personal problem.
That sounds like a Nico moment.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Ah!
Do a better roll.
Oh, good lord.
And we trust him with parts.
I don't know. He just keeps getting in him. I keep trying to get him out. He keeps trying to get him back in. Can't get him away from the damn things.
This is your teammate's outer space, baby.
Zach, can't keep
I
get
hit
away
the
from
button.
Why would you go do something silly like that?
Well, if we die, we now know to blame Nico.
Yup, always.
Oh, it'll be 100% be my fault.
Oh, I can't mastermind yet because I still got more chest to grid. And big.
No, but you can masturbate.
I'll do that later.
I'm doing it right now.
Squeeze you? You just have to keep that to yourself. Jeez. So, whenever you stealth a bait, you have to keep it to yourself. Tell people. That's how you get caught, man. Trust me, I used to do it myself.
I am the bait.
I'm just gonna go fight this boss and
Hey, wait for me. I want to fight him too.
No, you're having a fun old
No,
conversation.
I want to go stealth the bait while I kill the boss.
Oh, hey, someone's fighting Eggman right here.
Oh, bastards. I'm coming. That's what she said. Not really. I've never tried.
They're fighting. But I think they seen me. I need help.
I'm a kid.
It's a 1v3. Oh wait, maybe they might be running away.
It's a 1v dumb.
I think they're running away.
Are they really?
I think so.
Come here, Eggman! No, I don't think they're running away. I think they're still nearby. Whatever, just killing them. Fuck it. You got time for these losers.
Drop.
Bad Eggman. Ooh, give me that.
Hey, do you want that or do you want to carry the shit?
I'll take that. You can hold the chug if you want.
I got 6 already.
Oh, shit. Nico, come grab some chug splashes. Oh, hold on.
Archon!
Yeah, I forgot I had that. Anybody want a purple drum gun? Or a blue one?
Yeah.
That ain't a blue one.
I think that's a blue one. You want the Midas masterpiece?
Fuck no.
Okay. Nobody better get mad if I pop him in the face.
Oh, I'm going. I don't care if I die. We're going.
What are we doing? Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going?
Dev console, the blue marker on the map. We're going. Goodbye.
Okay, let's go.
Cheat codes!
We're just leaving fucking Nico.
They'll catch up eventually.
Oh, there's a boss near us too.
Fan.
I think Hush is over there. I think people are fighting Hush. But Hush! And they're right near the dev console anyway.
Not on the way to the dev console. It's away from it.
You sure about that? Because I think I just saw someone running towards it. I got him.
This isn't the dev console.
Open the dev console. I got it.
This isn't the dev console.
What the hell is it? More enemies. Behind you. Whatever. Same shit. Oh, I shot Hush by accident. Sit your bitch ass down, loser.
No.
Okay, well I'm gonna go fight Hush then.
Okay.
You bitch, she's Tetris. I'm stealing that shit.
Don't let me roll you out.
I got healed. Fuck you. That's right. I'll take that heal. Thank you. Appreciate ya.
And she drops 2 Tetris blocks. Oh, thank you. I'll drop some jacks. Actually. Fuck it.
Override activated.
Anybody gonna grab these Tetrises or no?
Nah. I got choked. Enemy over there, enemy over there.
Hold on. Okay, fine, fuck you.
Over there on the Sonic. We're not gonna be able to hit him with using Sonic.
We need to have a talk about your driving.
We're not gonna
Motherfucker.
We're not talking about that. Right here.
Oh, I hit him for 125 in the back of the head.
Let's go.
He's right there. Oh, I fell off the car. I fell off the vehicle. Nice,
It's fine,
good
I fell
kill.
on his face.
Good kill.
Nico literally just drove me into a fucking headshot on him. He drove me in, flipped me off the side of the car right into his face, and I just
Does anybody
tapped
else
my
see
trigger and
that
it hit
zip
him.
line breaking?
Yep.
Okay, I thought I was the only one.
we broke it.
I thought I was tripping. I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, anybody want to grab a chug? We got another chug. That's
Oh,
what
we got
okay.
enemies. Right here.
Get him. I'm trying to go down the hill.
Fuck you, bitch. Hit him with a car. You dick. That was crazy.
I knocked him with the car too.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
bitch. Ah, help! On the rock.
I'm coming. I'm low. Gotta heal. There he is. He's running. He's running. He's running. I can't hit my shots. What else is new?
Yeah,
They're
one
hiding.
was right on the rock. Where does friend go?
Over there.
I see
He's got
him.
tail
He's on
spray.
tails.
You flying, bitch.
He's going all the way over there.
Where's his friend though?
Oh, I got him!
Let's fucking go. Oh, look at adventure spray.
Oh, there's another
Oh,
one
look, a
though.
car.
Someone else is here though.
Where? I don't see
Right
him.
here. Someone was just flying on tails right by this tree. They
Oh.
might be in the bush.
No, he's right here.
Oh,
Yep.
yep.
Told
Nico
you.
just chased him out.
I knew there's someone.
That's my dad. Oh, I'm out of gas.
Shit, I got an extract soon. He's using the reboot, man. I just heard it.
Ooh! Give me that 8-bit.
Right there. Is he over there? I think he's over there.
Override activated. More
That
XP.
chug. Oh, that's only got 150 fucking.
Fuck this guy go?
Oh.
Bitch! Did he go? What the fuck?
Oh, now it's
I don't know. I got an extract though. Probably my
Go
jack
for it. That's only got 150, but... I have 4 Tetrises, by the way.
Let's go. Damn,
Y'all
I get
build
like
a fort
infinite
with
jumps
Tetris
with this
blocks.
fucker. Oh,
That's
they just
a
got
reboot.
rebooted. Yup, I knew they were landing over there, little fuckers. Oh, great, we got people over here. Never mind, they left. I still don't have enough sprite dust, really. Motherfucker.
Where we go?
Over there. Someone, ah, fuck, there's someone on me!
I'm coming.
I was
dead.
stuck.
I jumped off the
Hold
cliff. She's still shooting me! I'm dead. There goes my bunny. Fucking bitch!
Sorry, she was behind the fucking tree. Why am I trying to shotgun from that far away?
I don't know, Nico's coming to help.
Oh, no. Don't go that way. Don't go that way.
Press
Don't go
R.
that way.
Press the button to release. I don't remember what button it is, like PC.
And I think they grabbed your spray. Oh, behind me.
The well, right there. Kill him. He's in the bush. He's in the bush.
Fuck!
He goes down. That's the last team, I'm pretty sure.
She's cracked. Oh, look.
She's super
you
fucking
bitch.
trash.
Wait, I just...
Bro, weren't you sleeping? And fine. The game is less fucking sweaty now. We're actually having fun.
Actually, hold on.
I lost my gold sprite though. I'm sad.
Come on, wake up, rabbit. Thank you.
Well, if you want to join us, we got a slot open. Okay, I guess we don't have a slot open according to Nico.
Fucking say a word.
He's a bitch.
Come on, hurry up.
I got diarrhea of the mouth.
You got diarrhea in the face.
I got diarrhea of the mouth.
Alright, there's not much, but there's a
I
little
bet
bit
you
of
do.
loot right there.
I just want my shit back.
And there's some stuff here.
Good luck with that
Not
one.
did I
much, but
die?
there's a little bit of stuff.
Where did I go?
I'll take what I
Oh.
can get.
You died
Literally.
way far away where they're all fighting it. which is why
Everybody,
I ran over here.
where are you? I got shield.
I'm right here.
Oh, here.
But Nico's right there. Nico, come on!
Well, if you don't hurry the fuck up, he dies. That's all that.
May die anyway.
I mean, knowing him, he'll just grab the fucking reboot van.
Oh, that's
Oh, you gotta move.
So sad. I fucking mastered a damn jackrabbit for nothing.
There's 7 left, so it's either a whole team and one other. Here.
It's probably 2 teams separated.
There's a chest right here. There's an assault rifle in here.
I think there's someone nearby us.
There's
Yeah,
a
there's someone
blue
near
assault
us. There's someone near us. They're
got it.
flying
It's a tail.
right above us. Remember, kill my sprite, bitch.
Oh, fuck! Whole spot on me.
I can see that.
I didn't make it to my van.
Can I see you, bitch? The
Got
fuck?
one.
One left is on me.
Hold on, I'm reloading.
Oh, I'm so low. She's so low. Fuck. No, you don't. She's running away.
Fuck!
Kill her teammate.
I can't, they're in the reboot van.
They're coming. Run.
Oh, I gotta reload, damn
That
it!
bitch has got a bush. Alright, you might want to get out of the storm before you die. Fuck. That sucks. Sir, later today for you is be where I work tomorrow for me. So that's not gonna happen. I don't know what you're talking about. Later today. You seem to forget you are like 6 hours ahead of me there, sir.
The rage right now.
I'm fucking
so
mad I
close.
lost my damn sprite just because I went to go fucking extract it. Ah!
I was so close
It
to
is what it is.
fuck.
Yeah,
If
if I
I
hadn't
would have just been
fucking
able to
died.
reload my damn assault rifle, I would have been fine, but I kept fucking getting stuck not being able to fucking reload it.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna take a gamble. Bring a damn crown sprite.
Good luck with that.
I ain't bringing shit.
Yeah, I don't even know what time we're playing Shift to Midnight. I don't even know if you're gonna be awake for that, because your ass likes to sleep by the time I get home every day. Yeah, right. And Q has not messaged me back to tell me what time we're supposed to play. So she might not even get home from work till like 7, 8 o'clock at night for her, which is for me, which would mean 5, 6 o'clock in the morning for you. So I don't think we're gonna be playing that tomorrow. We'll see.
We will find out.
Find out when I find out. AKA when Q fucking messaged me back. She's taking sweet ass time. Bitch, you act like that's anything new. Be at level 80 on the battle pass already. Not like I haven't been grinding this season like every fucking day. Oh fuck. Damn, that's some loud ass lightning. Did you stop touching me, fucking weirdo?
I'm gonna catch you out.
Rabbit. Give me a rabbit. Give me a rabbit. Bitch, you don't stop touching
Oh,
me.
so you'll go
Fuck,
do the emote over there, but you won't do it.
fuck your mom. This fucking bitch won't stop chasing me around.
Yeah.
I want you to come after me. I dare you, bitch. I'll fuck you up for first fucking landing. Suck my balls.
Where are we going?
The ground.
Going down.
Same place
Well,
here.
no shit, the ground, you stupid.
The ground, my guy.
Like, what?
The ground.
Oh, look at the Ferris wheel.
Bitch, you're a little late for that, don't you think?
I was gonna say.
I just saw that
All the way
there was
over
a,
there.
I just saw that there was a Ferris wheel, okay?
I did not mark that, by the way. That was an accident.
Oh, so go to the hole. You
Yeah, go to the hole. We're not going to the other place. Go to the hole.
damn it, fish. Probably I'll go to the
You
damn
want my
thing.
Sprite? What's my Sprite? Don't have McDonald's Sprite, which you can't have it. Just go buy your own fucking word. We don't fucking give free shit to hoes in this house. Motherfucker. Who's gotta work for that shit? It's like. I even asked Boss if you wanted to play.
I'm not gonna lie, I was waiting to watch it get us flat on the ground.
I will totally go swell on the ground if you want me to. Because you're coming to. Oh, I actually did go splat. Fuck. That was a total accident, but I bet. Whoopsie.
Good job.
Look at what we do.
Proud of you.
Good job.
I'm proud of you too. Pretty epic. I believe in us that much.
I got
I believe we'll win this match and I'll get the fucking gold crown. That's a really high fucking praise right now.
Oh no! I'm being shot at.
Why didn't you go in the hole?
Oh, he's not in the hole. What the fuck? Well, don't bring him down here now.
He's like, here, I'll just leave them all down.
Yeah, I'll just leave him down here to you now. Here, have fun. You fucker.
Well, they stopped shooting at me.
Yeah, because I was looking for you. Cartoon moments be like, gulp, I forgot there's gravity. Yeah, that's Nico.
This won't
oh, hey, yeah, gravity exists, right? Shit, I forgot about that. My bad, bro.
Oh my god.
What is this gravity?
Like, come here.
Whoa.
Override activated.
Hell to the fuck yeah.
I hope I didn't get too fucking mega.
That's what I said earlier. I was like, damn, way to make the fucking pool way too much. Like, goddamn, bro. That's too many. 2 is too much.
But
Too,
hey,
too
fuck
much.
it.
But then again, I ain't complaining because 1 for each.
Exactly.
Alright, who do I get the murder? You bitches.
Sorry, you didn't tell me it was 2 earlier. My context of what had happened was a little off.
I did. You probably just didn't hear me.
Oh yeah, I probably missed
Because
it.
there's somebody giggling at fucking Nico's dumbass.
Hit me with the fucking car. What do you want? He's sending me to Timbuktu. He's trying to send me to outer space and turn me into a space cadet, damn it.
Nico Space
I don't wanna.
Program. All are welcome. All are welcome.
You know, Kerbal Space Program? Welcome to Nico Space Program, bitch.
Exactly.
The best space program.
I don't know, man. Last time I went up there, I got a concussion. We are retarded. Yep. Apparently storms exist.
Who knew?
I'm just sitting here, it hits me. I'm like, okay, whatever, Nico.
So there I was, storm dust on my titties. So there I was, chug splash on my titties. Oh my god. Weirdo.
You know what? It's
Hell yeah. More fun than dying over in fucking sweats, that's for damn sure.
For the Nico Space Program.
Oh yeah, he'll
Wait,
never come
that's
down.
the dev console. Why is that here so early? No!
I don't know, we'll
I
get to
wasn't
it quick.
paying attention.
Oh, there it
It's
is.
900 meters.
Fuckers.
I'm fucking going, bitch.
Well, you could join the Nico Space Program, get there faster.
Nico! He's the Nico Space Program.
Hey, it's right over here, where are you going? I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna make it, I'm gonna make it! What do you want, what do you want? We got
The
more
way that I'm
XP
running.
and big loot. Oh, and constant
No,
heal.
it's over. Never mind.
Who's shooting at me? Oh, bitch. I didn't use it yet. Hurry up. Fuck it. I did more XP.
That's fine. Fuck it.
We didn't really have good options. I didn't either for the stupid fish thing. It works so anyway.
fine, but dev consoles over.
Override activated.
That's again. That's not the dev console. That's an override console. The dev console is an event. If you will listen to me, I explained it once. It's an event that happens in the game where you'll see a little blue marker, and if you look at it, it says dev console. When you go to it, there's a shit ton of cheat codes there for Sprite.
Oh, it's still there. What are you talking about?
Oh, not on my screen.
It's still there for me. It's like, oh, you blue circle around it. I just marked it. It's over there.
Oh, hey, it is.
I don't know if there's still any codes over there, but to the left,
Go to the marker. Go to the red marker.
to
Turn
the
left.
D, to the A, to the D, to the E, to the E, to the B, to the E, to the
Avoid the rock.
down
Avoid the tree. Avoid the other tree. Okay, keep going.
Oh, to the temple. Or the...
Nice.
Yeah, apparently there's a little shiny dude in here that you can lead you to a vault.
Yeah.
I never
I
found
already
shiny.
know how to do it.
Where's the shiny
Yeah, I
dude?
know how to track his ass whenever you spawn in.
Oh, well. It just
Found a code already.
Oh, that's a trap.
Yeah.
Wait, how do I... Oh, that's here.
Oh, it's standing. Oh, I'll take him.
Oh, I found him. Come here, you
Another
little
code
shit.
right
Oh, there's a
here.
code here. Somewhere.
Shit, I'm doing it backwards.
Found it. I'm also doing it backwards. That's a shadow.
Oh, I found a tail.
Where the hell did that little sprite go? He went that way.
Found a code.
I think he went that way. Did he go that way? Where the hell did he go? Where'd you go, you little blue shit?
Yeah, I already know my way basically around this maze.
I
And
saw him go this way.
uh,
Is it on the ground just running around?
Yeah, it just stopped him. He turned into like, I don't know, this thing. Temple Vault Key?
Yeah,
yes,
grab that. We need
Got
that.
it.
Bring it. Oh, I found another code. It's here somewhere.
Kill switch.
Well,
Is it the master one?
No. Nico, where are you going?
did not.
You have vault key.
Oh, the vault key's right here.
Where?
Or where you use it right here.
Activated.
No,
Sonic
that's not where you use it. Grab it.
Oh, I don't have it. He has it.
Nico!
Nico ran away with it.
Nico! Bring it back!
Bring me back the key.
Bring me the key.
Well, we got Sonic speed to run faster. Where the hell that code
Put
go?
the key right here.
Plus the code's underneath.
No, they're more in the maze. You gotta go all around the maze to find them. Yeah, there's lots of codes left, but... And more pickaxe damage. And I'm trying to get down here, so
Oh, I had a medkit on me. You should have asked.
oh no, I have medkits. I'm saying for Nico.
Oh.
Since he was worried about dying. I'm like, hey, there's my kid.
You're asses.
Son of a bitch! Nah, I know how to get it.
Whoa. Now I go back to my neck.
Trying to make sure there's no legendary codes or... I have 3 medkits, I'll be fine.
Nice. Code was over here by where you were at. Here,
Inside that room.
Whoa, I made it
No,
out
I
with
checked in there.
It's gotta be on the ground.
That's what I'm thinking, because I think they said they vaulted fucking, or someone said they vaulted fucking codes on the walls and shit.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't even see a prompt for it.
Yeah, it's not there anymore. I don't know where it went. It's there.
But the dev event is still here, which means there's still a code here.
That's what I'm saying. It's just where the fuck is here. It was purple too. That's why I was trying to find it.
I was gonna say, I found one that was purple and I used it, but...
Maybe that was it then. I don't know. It could have been that. I thought I still thought after you used it. Maybe it did go.
Maybe.
fucking walls, man.
Yeah, well, hey, we have increased pickaxe damage. You can literally just smack it. Break it.
What, these invisible walls? I'm opening kids. Right there if you need it.
Fuck it. Can't find
On
it.
my way. Need a taco.
I was about to say, I'm gonna hit the Sonic in a few seconds.
Yeah, right.
Then we heard Sonic's need to run, so it's fine. See, we're fine.
That
Nico.
ass
I don't
even
know why
looks
you're
fatter with the
panicking.
fucking...
Because by the time I got out, I had 2 HP. I was lucky enough to find a
Well, why didn't you ask for
10
us to
players
share?
remaining.
We had
Here.
medkits. We would have shared.
I shared, he didn't want it.
And there was a vending machine that we could have bumped.
I don't know this thing.
See, that's why if we say it's fine, it's fine.
It's fine. Nothing is fine.
It's fine.
Everything is fine.
Hey,
That's a house is burning down around us.
Nope, nope.
everything's slowly burning. It's fine. Okay.
Oh, we got enemies over here. No, it's a shadow spike. I did see someone there.
Let's go find out. I see fire.
I see death.
Yeah, we now know.
Damn right. Like Sonic, apparently.
There's only 7 people left.
Oh, here.
The last time we
I know what happened last time. Shut up.
Hey,
I missed every fucking shot. Oh, that Sonic's right there. You know what? Let's go.
I hate this fucking gun.
Me too.
Oh, hey, there we go. I found a purple assault rifle in somebody's body. Give me that. Ah!
oh, what's that ammo?
Oh, we're getting shot at.
I need help.
Sorry about shooting
Never
other
mind.
people. Did I just hit him?
Never
I
mind, he
hit
did.
him with the Midas. I think we have one. Yeah, there's one person left in that Sonic. He's over here. Oh my god, I might actually win this to get the damn sprite unlocked. Let's go! He's over here somewhere.
I'm gonna fuck him up.
He's gotta be. That reason stormed like a dumbass.
I don't know, but I found a chug, so I'm back to full health.
I picked up his food.
Did anybody have a? Did anybody see if they had a flare gun?
I don't see one. Oh, I see a. Let me get that.
Yeah, that's mine that I dropped. I found a purple assault rifle. Ooh, purple eight.
Where the fuck did the Sonic go? Oh, he's rebooting! He's rebooting!
Oh, on the way.
No, you don't. What? How did I miss? No, you fucking don't. He had a 1-up. Oh, fuck off. He just brought his friends back.
Flying in. Yep.
Yeah.
They're all flying. I can see them.
That's what they ain't got no guns. Fucking speed.
I hit one. He got in a car.
There's no way I'm winning because this motherfucker got a goddamn heal or revive off. I'm mad.
Oh, I hit the Sonic.
Shadow down.
Oh, that Sonic is so fucking low.
There's one over here. Oh, he hit me on the fucking roof. I think you got a better gun.
Knocked him on the roof. He's down. It's the Sonic. He's dead.
Okay, we still got one more to go. Fuck, the storm is pushing me so hard I can't even fucking heal.
Yeah, I know. I'm
And I
trying
need
to stay
to,
above.
like,
I'm above
badly.
it. There's a medkit up here. Or here, where are you?
I'm down below you. I just need some meds. Keep that fucking reboot,
Here.
man. Don't let them get to
I
it.
have a 180.
I know that's
160.
why I grabbed it. I have a 200 chip.
Well, I'm saying I can get mine to play.
Hey, I'll just buy one. I got one right here.
Okay, that works. Anybody see a Mega Man? I need a...
No, myself. I just picked it up. He's got to be around here somewhere. He's over there. He's got to be over there for sure. He's probably waiting to get around this. Try to reboot his fucking friends again. Can't believe my fucking Biden pistol did not hit him when I fucking shot at him. Some bullshit.
Oh, yep, he's over here. I see him.
Mark him, mark him, mark him. Oh,
He's
I see
right
him.
here. In this building. Oh, no.
Nope, he just jumped off. He's landing over there. Okay, we don't run the reboot van to him.
Right.
I was gonna run him over.
Well, that worked out.
Fantastic.
Okay,
Clearly.
well, I have no more Mega Man.
He's in the bush.
So,
Fuck, loser. My gold bitch. Let's go. Finally, the games are actually winnable again. That Oni shotgun saved my life.
I was on my way to help, asshole.
I know.
I was
had
gonna
it.
get there eventually.
Oni shotgun's a powerful fucking weapon. Everybody's like, Oni
He
shotgun
goes
sucks,
over
bitch,
here
you're
like,
retarded.
I was on the way with the van eventually.
Cheat Master Crown is now maxed.
I succeeded with my job. All I had to do was play keep away with the reboot.
I mean, yeah. Throw
Hey,
it
you
right
ain't
to
wrong.
his ass.
And then I dumped it in storm, almost fucking blown up.
Wait
Oh,
a
well,
minute.
okay, that works.
Where's my Cheat
He
Master
wasn't gonna
Crown?
get it.
Or where's my gold crown? Bitch, the fuck?
Get back.
You probably still have to master it and then win.
No, it's mastered. You get one win it mastered. It mastered it. Oh, here it is. It went to my inventory after the match. Okay. I was about to say,
Yep.
I will fight a bitch. I earned that shit. Oh, let's go. Now I have Cheat Master Crown done and regular crown done. I just gotta do gold crown.
You really gonna attempt that?
I mean, you think we can win another one? I mean, go on now.
We just won one. How often do we actually get a win 2 in a row?
I mean, there was that one time we got like what 6 wins in a row.
Hey, well, that was a very rare
Sounded
time.
an
We don't
awful
speak
lot
about
like
that.
this one time at band camp, bro.
That one time at band
Look,
camp,
that
I
time,
stuck a flute in my
that time
ass.
we don't speak about. Okay, that was a once-off. We don't speak about that time.
Nah, we've done. I feel like I've done that multiple times actually.
No.
Last or the season, I think before me and you actually started talking again. Me and a couple other, or I think me, Vosh, and Sin actually won like 5 games of trios in a row
No.
last season.
No.
Shit was crazy.
No, Sin, tell him he's lying.
Sin didn't even here.
Damn it.
All right, who I want to max out next?
I don't know, but my finger's starting to get tingly, so I probably only got one more game in me.
Tingle, my mingle. Yeah, I'll do fucking kill switch. Hopefully find the fucking kill switch I need from this one.
I literally pinged a regular kill switch.
I already have the regular one. I need the mastered one, or the gold cheat master one. You silly.
Oh, yeah, well, that one, clearly, we all fucking need that one.
That's what I'm talking about. You silly. It better be cute. Tell me what time she wants to play tomorrow, because I'm gonna fight her if she doesn't. Yep, that was cute. I said after 4. Rigo Diaz. Fool.
Chicken butt.
My butt.
Probably not because I'm about to get off here after this game.
That butt.
you go.
hit emote together.
I did. What are you talking about?
Oh, it was off sync on my screen.
I know. It was off sync on mine too. I don't know why.
What the fuck?
Gabe said you guys want a match. No sync for you. Fuck you. Gabe said, oh, you said you want to sync? Yeah, nah, you want a match. You're not allowed to sync. Let's the with all the love of God. Possibly Satan. We stand Satan in this house.
And the werewolf Jesus.
Yeah, that guy too. Sometimes it's cool. Sometimes.
Once in a while.
Once in a while. Oh my lord. Oh my Lanta. No. Not again.
You're gonna splat?
Yeah, you're pretty splat.
Looks like you were about to. I just watched you go bomb to the ground.
Flat. Nope. Okay, that time it didn't fuck me over. Last time I was like 3 inches from the ground and pulled out my thing and it still fucking made me splat. Like,
Oh, what the fuck?
what the fuck? What happened? What happened? He splatted, didn't he?
On a tree.
Good job. Got 1 HP. That's crazy.
That's why after he said that, I looked at the HP bar and I'm surprised you didn't fucking notice it. Just instantly.
God damn it.
Oh, I need that.
It's a killed sprite, but it's not the one we need.
Yeah, you do need that.
Yeah, you need a lot of things here. Clear. Take these while you're at it. Fucking Christ. Matter of fact, hold on. I got a Tetris for you, too. Lord. Fucking crazy.
Bro, the sad thing is, like, I saw the ground, right? I was like, oh, I'm gonna pop my umbrella again. And it was like, nah, bro, there's a tree. And I splatted on top of the tree.
he said, bruh, that's a tree. You landed there.
Oh, I need a clip.
I need a side to split
Not
because I'm about to split my side. Oh fuck, that's funny.
So
He said, I'm gonna land on the ground. Tree said, nah, fam, not today.
So basically, in other words, trees and cars are not Nico's friends.
No, not at all.
Not.
Not by a long shot. Oh, fucking Christ, I'm good.
Yo.
No, I wasn't expecting to talk about you going splat and then Nico splatting.
Fuck that.
Yeah. See, I splatted the last match, so it was Nico's turn.
Yeah, except yours wasn't the fucking death splat.
Nah, luckily. It could have been if the game decided to be a dick about it. Oh, we got power pickaxe. Let's go.
Uh-oh.
We about to bring it.
Run around snapping everyone with the
Also, there's a flare gun there. Everyone loves it.
Nah, not right now.
For me.
Got a minigun.
Yeah, man, protect. Man, protect.
I may or may not have 100 ammo for it.
I may or may not be appreciative of that. Give me that. Oh, I have 420 ammo for this fucking thing. It's crazy. That shit goes real quick.
Already have that much ammo.
Oh yeah. I open all the loot boxes. I'm a loot goblin to the highest degree.
Found a Mega Man.
Motherfucker. They push me like this.
There's a Sonic Sprite trying to chase you. This poor baby. Come here. I picked him up.
Oh, it's over there. I'm stupid.
Poor baby was everywhere.
I make fire.
Never leave your sprites behind. You never know when you might need to quench your thirst. McDonald's. Did you get what I was
There's a
talking
gold
about?
fishing spot here, though.
Oh, look at that. The 1 in 3.
Right.
It looked funny the one time I was playing. Had a fucking sprite chasing me. I was driving my car and I fucking hit him with the car and I was like, I felt so bad.
Okay, upgraded minigun. Oh,
I got a
okay,
car
level
for
fishing
Nico's space program. Ah, my game just crashed in that.
It better not have.
Nope. Thank God it did. It lagged, but it didn't crash. Thank fuck.
Maybe it's a gold fishing spot.
I'd be really upset if it did.
Maybe.
Actually, my crystal story level 3. Nice. Let's see if I have enough spriteness to actually buy. Nope, I don't. Never mind. Let's shoot my direction real quick. Changing course, never mind.
Assault rifle if anybody wants it.
But yeah, maybe. Oh, hell yeah.
Range. Oh, someone took my med kit. Nah, I'm in trouble.
Oh, here, take it. I got a fish over here. Oh, you did?
See, I tried to eat the shield fish and it told me to go fuck it.
Really, you can do your health floating shield. Oh, that shield fish. Yeah, you have to eat the shield flopper, or the slurp flopper. It's the only one that does it.
Yeah.
It's the only one
that does it for me.
I mean, we could get naked here.
Well, but I was about to say
If
that.
I can stop landing in trees randomly, yeah.
And then here's a free med kit. There's a Mega Man blaster
Fucking
right
trees,
there.
man. They're speaking Vietnamese again.
Oh, I've already found 2 free med kits. I don't
Oh,
know
got
what's
one.
right now.
Bitch, I don't want that. Give me that. You didn't know you did not just swap out my fucking minigun for green. I'll punch you. Just swap my
I just
minigun
found
for.
all 3 med kits. Now I just gotta use one.
I found one when I had 10 HP left. I'm
There, I got
There we go.
Make sure
Sound
we're
cool.
good.
I got 3. I'm good.
Shit, I should have grabbed the car. Whatever. Much work. Why do you tell me I can deploy my fucking glider, but then when I press the button, you
Yep,
don't let me
yep.
deploy my fucking glider?
I
Make
have
that
to
shit-
spam mine sometimes before it'll actually fucking pull it out, and it pisses me the fuck off.
Yeah, and then you pull it out and you spam the button too many times, then it makes you go fucking free fall to your
Yep.
to the ground.
Did you spam it and it finally pulls it out, and then it's like, oh wait, nope, you accidentally pressed it one more time, so we're just gonna pull it back.
Here, we're just gonna pull
Okay,
back
bitch.
thing on your ass. Enjoy.
You really have
Oh, you fuck you, Storm. I just got out of Storm and used my med kit. It's like, nope, here, have Storm again. Fuck you. Eat my ass,
to.
bro.
I grabbed Mega Man.
Lick my taint, motherfucker. Oh, enemies. Bitch, I don't know why you're trying to slide up on me. And you went with the last person on your own team. That's crazy. I don't know why we're just walking the way he was so casually. Like, the fuck? That's so weird.
Oh, someone took the extractor.
Casual ass motherfucker. Ooh.
Nope. Do we go for a coffee?
We could. What? Jenkins. If I die, I can get another one. I'll just go there. Just be ambushed. There they are. You ain't getting far, buddy. I don't have one to run away.
Yeah, 2 of them ran away.
Oh, I can drop my Sprite off just so we can steal them for them later. I like how we're literally playing the fucking thing to do the like sprites and we're not even actually focusing on getting the sprites to be killing people.
Yep.
Shit. Bitch, you wanna play that game? You can play that game. Who can play? Yeah, that's right. You have to run away like a pussy. That's all you're good for.
Uh-oh, Nico found a reboot van.
Okay.
It's
I was waiting for it to be like, it's beautiful.
yeah.
Did they open the vault here yet? Maybe? Maybe not. Oh, never mind. I fell. Stupid ass fucking thing.
Oh, yep. I see why you fell.
Yeah, because the way they position that shit. There we go.
They did not open the vault yet.
Might have time to do it.
No, I mean, I have 3 medkits. Oh.
I have 3 too.
As do I.
You just gotta find the. Just look for like a glowing blue pot that should be on like the top of
Well,
these things.
This one?
They're
It'll
on
be, like,
little
invisible.
pedestals sometimes.
Yeah, and sometimes it'll be invisible until you find it. Oh, grab the
Okay,
key.
he found one.
Yep, you got a key.
Alright, we just need to find the other one.
Alright, looking around, looking around, looking around.
I know
Does it make a sound when you're close?
Yes, it'll make like a low hum, kind of like a chest, but a little bit off.
Okay, I think I'm way too close to one then.
Yeah, it'll almost sound like a chest, but you won't see a chest icon popping up.
Oh, okay, well, it's a chest icon, so that's not it.
I activated mine.
Okay.
I swear, I feel like
Check the other side of the temple if you're not finding one on this side.
Wait, hold on. I hear something. Is that a chest? Or is that a key?
Found a spray coat.
Nice.
Damn! Fuck you, Sonic. Oh, I found another tail.
I found it.
You found it?
Well,
Okay.
yep. It was right where I was.
Yep, temple is in the storm, but it's fine.
Yeah, I got it.
Alright, he activated that one, so I think you gotta activate.
Oh, it's good. I got it.
Never mind.
I love the temple.
Oh!
Oh, I was gonna grab that.
Sorry. I got 3
Teammates.
Want this?
Oh no, I just need the healing.
Alright, I'm ready to go. You are. Oh, it's just over here. How the fuck do we get out of here?
This way.
Oh, duh. I'm a coming.
There he is. Got him with the bag. Yep,
I ran right through a tree. Damn it. Damn tree. Oh, take it. Oh, we're down to what? 9 players. Shit. Slow. If anyone needs a med kit.
we got 3 in Tetris.
I had 3.
I have 50 chug and
Okay,
3
there's
med kits
people
on.
that have storm. Because there's a crown over that way.
Use your brain.
Oh, right here, right here, right here.
Coming. Maybe not. The game's taking
In the
forever to
bush.
fucking let me get my stupid thing on.
Shit!
I seen him. I hit
That
him.
one. Team wipe.
Thank God.
Oh, there's one more. There's one more. He's outside the bush now. He went to the left
Yeah, I need
of
to
the
heal
tree.
bad.
I got you. You worry about healing, I'll worry about this guy. Peek it, bitch. Do it. You won't.
I'm gonna end up running over to their
He's low.
bodies
He's
and
low.
checking for heals.
He's peeking. If you shoot down that tree, I can nail him.
Right there. One's up there.
My minigun in that ammo.
Ah, he's running. Pussy. Can't get far, though. I don't know what you thought was gonna happen there, fam. I'm gonna grab Nico's card.
No,
Oh no, he's
down.
down.
Pick me up.
I'm trying to get shot at.
One's right above me.
I gotta get your card. This fucker fucking wouldn't let me get you.
Yeah, because he's up on top of the thing.
Can you
Don't go
crouch?
high enough,
Jesus
damn it.
fucking Christ, woman. Oh great. Fucking storm. I gotta get that storm like right now.
Bitch. Yeah, sure. How are you lasering me like that?
Oh hi. Oh shit. Bitch, put me the fuck down. Fuck you, fag. I got killed. I got up top there. Didn't even realize the guy was there. Be careful. Yeah, you're not gonna make it, storm. How the fuck do you get 1v4? That's a real question. Oh my god. Bro, those skins look so garbage. It looks like Temu fucking Minecraft.
Oh shit, hold on.
Temu Minecraft skins, bro. It's crazy.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Be like that, bitch.
It's weird. It's like some days perfectly fine. Other days it's like, nah, fuck you, bro.
Let me guess, your carpal tunnel.
Yeah, which doesn't make sense because it's the hand that I had surgery on.
Well, don't they just cut it to release the pressure? So wouldn't essentially the pressure go back up at some point? I don't think there's like any permanent fix to carpal tunnel, sadly. Besides changing your entire lifestyle.
No,
Probably. Well, I can say I've been blessed with not getting it yet. Thank God. Knock on wood. I just have every other fucking dumb condition on the book. I already know as soon as I get paid tonight, my paycheck's gonna be gone. Rent, fucking paying bills and shit. I'm asking by the end of the morning. By morning. I'm still gonna fill my gas tank. I'm gonna pay the fucking gas station money I owe them still. I'm running out of E right now. I don't know. Fumes on the way home. I'm gonna call me a good time to get the car fixed. I looked at it. Found out what the fuck that leaks from. It's been a month. Wait for fucking August needs to be over already. I better not take nobody else with it. There's shit you want to take, someone take me. I'm okay with going. But we're celebrities though. You know, for a game that said they were gonna have these outfits in the store till fucking 26th, they should push that shit to the 30th and fucking keep pushing it back. They're really trying to get that money out of these fucking Sonic skins, huh? Ad has begun. Where? Who the fuck is ad? Who's giving me ads? You don't want ads, bro. Fuck your ads. Fuck your ads, Twitch. You bitch. I don't know what this is. I believe kidding me. Ads are over. Hooray. Ugh. Ow. What's up, chat? How y'all doing? How I doing? I'm just here, bro. Think we go walk away or something. Nobody kept hearing me doubling it. Because there's a fucking like on here. Duh.
Yummy. Very yummy.
Oh.
Yummy.
Yo, did I send you that fucking TikTok? Was it TikTok? I think it was a TikTok. With the fucking fat guy talking about, oh, I have breakfast, and then he puts like literally
Yeah. And I saw your one comment, like somebody needs to put this guy down, and then I was reading the comments and like the suggested video links on that video, and I think that guy took himself out.
I love the comments.
No, because a few of the comments and even like the suggested link was like, oh, this guy's dead.
Is he really? Who the fuck posted that video, man?
Unless it's like these rumors, but I would 100%.
I would believe half the shit.
I would
that people say on
100%.
TikTok.
But I would 100% believe it.
I mean, I would believe he probably died of a heart attack or some shit, but I don't believe half the shit people say on TikTok is half fucking,
No, I don't.
or Twitter or any other websites. It's all misinformation, bro. Nah, but there was this one I saw earlier or yesterday with some bitch fucking eating butter with fucking dipped in fucking Dr. Pepper. And the first comment was some fucking like fit chick going, if I died before her, I would be so mad. Bro, if I died before her, I would be so mad. Like the fuck?
Oh yeah, I saw that now.
I love those. If I died before him, I would be so mad. I think this too. Like, damn, I'll take care of myself. You're bad at me, like fucking whole bad of fucking Oreos, like they eat shit. And meanwhile, you're having like orgasms while you do it. It's like, yeah. I think, man, that should be, bro. Yeah, that should make me cringe inside myself. I'm like, the Oreos ain't that good, my guy. I do too, but damn, that's way too many Oreos, man. I gotta cut myself off to like 4 or 5.
You know that whole Gabriel Iglesias skit about the 5 levels of fat?
Yeah. He's on like the fucking ninth. He's on the ninth level. Damn!
Like, you know, the type of people that come over here that don't know that people put clothes up with that. Like, no,
yeah, sounds alright. Oh, that's fucking crazy, bro. These motherfuckers. Can I have my gun, please? Thank you. Well, also, Wolf, you're muted. I hope you know that. Didn't know if you were still calling from it. You're like hopping around and shit like a monkey. Maybe they give me the heads up. She's a monkey! Oh, how long is it take me to realize she's been muted? There it goes. There she is. Hello. I did say you were muted.
Hey,
I didn't know if you were. I didn't know if you were
this
still in the
8-bit shotgun and kill me real quick.
I mean, I can do one better. I use the pump to kill you. Come here.
Kill me, please.
Okay, here. Stay still.
I'm so over the drama.
There you go.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Over what drama?
Fucking work shit. Fucking.
No, same shit, different day type shit. Gotcha.
Yes. Like, I technically work with
idiots.
a lot of teenagers in general, but like,
so idiots.
common fucking sense exists.
No, it doesn't.
Nah, not for teenagers, it doesn't. That's not this day and age. True. I literally went on a politician's fucking TikTok page because he was literally talking to like somebody about like Snap and what Snap was and whether or not Coke should be on Snap. And the lady's like, I'm not a dietitian or a nutritionist. I don't know this information. He's like, you don't know if Coke should be considered on Snap? And I'm just like, he's like, do you have common sense? And I literally commented on his thing and I was like, you're a politician. You should know common sense doesn't exist in this world.
Well, and what's even
People
worse
like
for
it.
me is like I keep telling them the same thing. Like, hey, if it's something like that, or like if it's something like this, I can't handle it. You've got to take it to the owner. Like I can't do much about that because it's his store. He runs it how he wants to. And then they still call me and ask me, and I'm like, I can't do much about it. Like, you've got to bring it to him, and then he's got to tell me and give me the okay to do it. Because if I don't make the change, and he doesn't want that change, then I'm in trouble.
I just want you to know, through that whole entire monologue, I just wiped 2 whole fucking TV.
Oh, I know. I was watching. It's fine.
Okay. Just saying. I fucked them motherfuckers up.
Yeah, no, I was watching. You're good.
It's fun doing it, too.
And, like, don't get me wrong. The coworker that, like, called me is a good coworker. And, like, I feel bad for her because she is having to deal with some of the stress that I always have to deal with. And it's like, I hate to say it, but welcome to my world, but I also feel bad for you at the same time.
I mean, you can feel bad and also be like, welcome to my world.
Oh no, I did. I did. Like, Don't get me wrong.
It's like, I get it,
Like-
but welcome to my world, dude. This is what I do with every fucking day.
Yeah, I literally told her, I was like, hey, not to sound mean, I love you, but welcome to my world. Welcome to what I have to deal with.
Yup.
You understand my frustration.
You just gotta suck it up and roll with the punches. That's about it. That's literally what the world is like nowadays.
And like I told her, I was like, you think I like calling the owner and having to deal with things sometimes?
Oh, hell no. I hate calling my boss.
Fuck no!
I hate when people call my boss. Well, yeah, that's true, but I also hate when people who are also morons call my boss because they don't understand the concept of I need time to do shit. I'm one person, and I work with a bunch of other idiots who doesn't know what time means, or that my time is more valuable than theirs. So when I get a call from my boss going, oh, what are you doing? And I'm like, I don't know, picking up the food that I was supposed to pick up an hour ago because the people who were supposed to be making the food took a sweet ass time getting it done. What do you mean, what am I doing? Why do I have to tell you what I'm doing? You should already know what this happens all the fucking time. Like, use your brain, sir. No, he really doesn't. Dude, he's been on vacation. It's been so nice. The office has been so quiet. And I'm still, mind you, he's on vacation, and he was supposed to talk to a fucking, what do you call it? Human resources about my vacation, or payroll about my vacation. And I'm like, bitch, when are you going to talk to them about my vacation? You're supposed to do that on the 20th. I'm still waiting to hear back about my vacation. You went on
Hey, we
vacation.
both got a benefit out of this.
Apparently.
They're like,
When I
no,
actually
your ass gotta work.
do get a vacation, I want to go out of town or something. The fuck out
It
of here.
just frustrates me because, like,
Don't know where they.
the amount of time it has
I know where you
taken
should go.
for them to slowly
Is it you?
realize what I've been trying to get through.
Yeah, I'm taking the fucking
Dark.
blame. Don't drive it so bad. Especially not with a fucking bad, what do you call it?
Like, don't
Inspection
get me
sticker.
wrong, I feel bad whenever they have to deal with the
might be
fucking
cheaper
stuff
than
I'm dealing with. But,
The train that goes on there? I've never been on a train, actually. Oh, I got shot at.
oh,
Wait,
have
you're taking
fun.
that back?
Trying to use a back shot. Got front shot in the face. Here, I want to give you back shots now, bitch. Thank you. Hey, yo. And someone else is shooting at me, bitch. Who do you think I am? I'm that motherfucking boy. Girl, guys, man, whatever. I'm the head rocking this bitch.
Yeah, pickaxe damage.
Hell yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go extract.
So you know what? We saw you last night. Gully.
Oh yeah, I was really looking that shit up earlier, and I was like, damn, he was in Fern Gully. Yo, he was in so many of my childhood fucking shows. I was like, I hate it here. I want to die. Dude, he was in Gargoyles too. I don't know how many people remember the Disney Gargoyle show, but that shit was peak back
Oh
in the
my
day.
god.
Yeah, he was the fucking the brunette guy.
I remember.
If you look up on like his acting roles and shit, it shows all his voice acting roles. He was in Fern Gully, he was in Gargoyles, he was in Tailspin. He was in fucking he was in Tailspin. He was also in fucking regular show. He was two characters in regular show. Man's been all over fucking media, man. Like he's literally our fucking childhood. It's crazy. Tim Curry was like a massive part of my childhood. He was even Nigel Thornberry.
Yeah.
Which honestly, I couldn't tell the voice until I actually had to like think my brain back and go, "Oh shit, it actually was him." He just scaled his voice. That's all. There's another guy over here just on land. I think we're in the circle, so yeah, we can see it. Oh, there you go. The fuck,
real
man.
monster?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, another full chug.
That was another character that got me. I was like, oh, there's no fucking way, bro. The fucking solo leveling boy.
No.
Oh no, that was the one
It was
from
not
the
Gino.
guy.
Yeah.
I forget his name.
I have 2 full chugs now, by the way.
The guy who has a little white. Oh, that's happening, make it sound good.
I was gonna say, I got 2 chugs, I'm good.
That's cute.
Oh, you wanna see? Hold on, I
Kill the
can't
heart
have an
turns
emo.
into a dragon. Oh yeah, you can't
There
make
you
me emote. Ah, that's cool. See mine. You played the maracas. That was adorable. Hey, get back here to the maracas again, you little shit.
No.
My banana dog.
Mango, mango.
Mango. Shake, 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 banana. One of the actors from Beetlejuice passed away a couple years ago. One who played the father or something, right?
Oh, the father? Yeah, he died too. I thought you were talking about the mom.
No.
She's dead.
God damn it. I'm telling you, my childhood is just disappearing and I don't like it.
Someone rebooted.
I know. No, you farted.
No.
Difference. Same thing. I like how this is literally a graphics card.
Potato, potato.
Potato, potato, tomato,
Fuck you,
potato.
everybody. Not one of the chests. Log out.
Fuck me.
Fuck that airbend.
Don't mind me.
I'm over it.
Oh, sure. Do it.
Getting on There's only 8 people left. Yeah, I'll go first. Aye.
Pitmaster Flicks. Over there.
I heard so much.
Ah, I was almost there. I almost got that bounce off of it. I wanted to bounce on it crazy style.
You wanted to bounce.
Where are you going? You're going away from the circle, you stupid.
I don't fucking know. I wanted to bounce crazy style. Up behind me, someone lands coming down. I love how our circle is literally just where we started. Reboot! Reboot!
If my fucking shit could
Oh, also
stop
I have to recharge
fucking
it,
going
okay.
20 feet fucking.
Forgot to mention that part. It's a wee retard. You know what, bitch? I had enough of your shit. My shield's low.
Ah, behind us.
Yeah, dude. Bitch!
I had to reload the shit. He's
I
got
had to
tails too.
shield it. And heal.
He's coming back. He's got tails.
That's fine, let me. I'll put it in the card here.
Yep, I see the car.
You thought you were gonna
That's
revive
on
your
me.
friend, dumbass? Nah, I didn't think so. Bitch really thought he was gonna revive his friend. He's stupid.
One over here. Thing.
Okay. Where'd the other idiot go? That was over here.
No idea. Oh, I see him right here. Oh wait, that's a bot. Never mind.
Oh, you shot a bot.
Yep.
Behind us. He really went back for another car. What are you doing? You're fucking stupid. Oh, no one here. No one here. I mean. Fuck. Kill him. Nice.
Knocked her. Hold on,
There's
there's
another one coming. Oh, that's a bot.
No, there is.
Oh,
He's
no, behind
me.
you, behind the tree. Dead.
Damn it.
So
Tried to
close.
slide away.
Yeah.
I couldn't get to Mega Man in time.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely not.
If you're about to attempt to rickroll me, no.
Rick roll, Rick roll, Rick roll.
No, don't look at the screen, it ruins it.
No, get that out of here.
But
Go away with it.
What do you do, Rick roll you?
It's fucking AI goofy. It's AI.
Oh, AI goofy.
came out 12 years ago.
That doesn't mean AI. You realize AI's existed longer than most of us fucking realize.
Take that out of my sight.
I learned today that apparently our fucking GPS is AI.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yep, 100%. Get out of here with that, or you'll be grounded for life.
Yeah, our job wants us to embrace AI. I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't give a shit. AI ain't bothering me, man. As long as you ain't fucking killing the water supply, I don't give a fuck what you do with it.
Too late for that.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things ruining the water supply, to be honest.
Like these nuts.
Yep, like the sewage plants. I guess I like the sewage plants. That is one of them.
No, I need to go.
Well, too late.
I said after this game, Ho.
Sure you did.
I
trying to-
did. I
you're trying
literally
to
said I
bounce
need to
on
go
me.
switch laundry.
She was trying to
This
bounce
game.
on it crazy style. Oh my god, it's Michael Myers. Play the song. Play the song. Oh, look, me and Michael Myers. Starting a dance party on the bus. Double, get over here.
Bitch, I was doing my own thing, and then you were always fucking run away, you asshole.
Get your ass over here, Anthony. Look, Michael Myers is playing a
Why
song.
is it off sync?
I don't know.
It's so fucking weird.
I think it just broke it.
Yeah, they did.
You know the Desert Hobby Playtime and Project Playtime? God, now what happened? Did they die? Did they die? I'll be happy about that one.
Are we gonna
Yeah.
go diet gold?
Fuck it, why not? I only got a buddy. Nice. Did they get arrested? Did they do something horrible? What did they do? Tell me. Don't give me answers. Fuck them. They announced another fucking Bobby Playtime. A new Gator plays Project Playtime. Ah, what? I ain't gonna lie. Project Playtime was like fun for like 5 minutes, and then it was just like, eh. It didn't really give much lore. The fucking playing the monsters really wasn't that fun, to be fair. It was a little underwhelming for a horror multiplayer experience. Your face!
You fucked me on the zip line, you bitch!
Oh, I went down first, fool!
Because I clicked it at the same time you did.
So that
But it
sounds like a
bounced me
skill
off of
issue. Yeah, but you should have fell to your ass on your face.
It made me fall on my ass.
Well, that's just a game. That's not my fault. It's just a skill issue.
My life is a skill issue.
You right about that. Trust me, I'm right there with you. My life's been a skill issue. You know what I love? Is when like
Balls.
I mean that too. No, okay. Because I was like the other day I'm fucking at work. And someone says hi to me and I was fucking at work. I wish shit. I would bro, you have a girlfriend stuff.
But I
Anyway,
don't get the fuck at work.
So you ain't have a job right now.
I was waiting for that.
So get a job and then fucking work. Oh, I'll tell you. Anyways, I know I don't fucking work. I wish. But anyways. Nah, I was at work the other day. Fucking someone says hi to me, and I'm like, huh? So I look over, and it's this fucking girl I knew from high school. She's like, holy crap. I swear to God, why is it always... Oh, it's Michael! Hi, buddy. Nah, be friends! Be friends! I'll give you my jackrabbit. Be nice. Oh, alright, now you're gonna be that guy. You're gonna be that guy, huh?
Help!
I think we're not teabagging my friend jackass. Sit the fuck down. I'm a DVD killer now. I took his power by proxy.
Watch out!
Oh shit! Why is everybody testing me today? Motherfucker! That should not have killed me, but okay. I was trying to be friendly with you, you son of a bitch! Why are you doing this to me, Michael? Why? I loved it, you. I loved it, you. I loved it, you, Biggie. I loved it, you. Fuck me.
Michael said, fuck you.
In that game, you play as a smiling critter, friends, Fleshy. It's just, I don't know. It just doesn't sound like intriguing to me. All right. Hot take, I guess. Not really. Them fucking up the last, like, 3 Poppy Playtime games for me ruined any fucking obligation I feel to play any other Poppy Playtimes games that comes out, whether they be spin-offs, the actual cooking chapters, or anything else. I can't do it. I just can't. You guys watched the frustration I went through with that fucking chase with the stupid Polly Pocket looking bitch. We're not gonna go there again. I'm not playing that game ever again. I don't give a fuck. Unless the mob fucking people die, I don't want to hear about it no more. Because that day I'll be dancing on their fucking graves. For fucking up Poppy Playtime. You hear that, mob game? The game sucks. Should have stopped at chapter 5, bitch. See, it's not syncing up. I don't know. Now it's like, nope. It's still like behind by like a whole like 3 seconds.
I was gonna say, well, on my screen it was barely off. Like I would move my
I don't expect them to make
any
any God tier games ever
right
again.
after
like,
I started.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, for me it was only like a second.
I don't think they make any good games. I'm sorry. They fucked it up with the last couple ones, man. Like, it's just not enjoyable. Will I play Poppy Playtime 6? More than likely not. I have better uses of my time. If even Markiplier went off on a fucking tangent about that game, that should tell you enough. Because it's like the story is so inconsistent at this point. It's like I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore. Like, 1 minute we kill the doctor, next minute the prototype's here, next minute Poppy's getting captured, next minute we get killed by the prototype and then fucking get brought back to life, and then the next thing the fucking we're running into the doctor again, and with a whole new fucking chapter that was supposed to not be the last chapter. Like that chapter was supposed to be the last chapter. Now they're just milking the game for what they can milk it for.
So you do realize that Harley Sawyer is smart enough to create a backup drive or a backup of himself in the system once he's already put into the system.
Yeah, but you also do realize that the game was technically supposed to end in chapter 5.
I know it was supposed to end in chapter 5.
Now they're just milking it for what they can milk it for. And the last chapter was garbage. It was stupid. The fucking chases were dumb. There was no fucking like granted, there was no hand holding, which is fine, but at least give me a fucking hint of what the hell I need to be doing at that point in time. Not just, oh, well, this is here, this is there, this is everywhere, and then, oh, yeah, well, you'll figure it out eventually. Like, no, motherfucker, at least hold my hand a little bit. Or at least give me a tutorial what the fuck I'm doing. Like, you ain't gotta hold my hand the whole time, but at least give me, like, oh, run in this direction. Okay. I don't need you to tell me to duck shit. I just need you to tell me to move, where to go. Like, it was annoying. I'm sorry. That shit pissed me off so much. It made me not want to play the game anymore. Bad game design ruined shit.
That's my only justification for Sawyer is that he is smart enough to create a backup.
I mean, which is fine and dandy, just like fucking Springtrap and fucking smart enough to make himself a backup too, but...
Exactly.
Doesn't mean we need Springtrap in every fucking Five Nights at Freddy's game now, do we?
Well, no, but it's just the point of, like, it explains how he would be able to come back.
I mean, it explains how, but doesn't explain why they needed to bring him back again.
Yeah, unless they're planning on us working with him.
I highly doubt it. Or maybe.
Well,
probably. Yeah, but then I feel like at the end, just like with everything else, there'll be a betrayal and you'll get fucking... Either have to fight him and then chapter 7, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oh, it's too much, man. Like, look, I already have enough on my plate with fucking Garden of Banban. And that game's just a fucking fever dream, but it's funny, so it's fucking... It's like a pop culture fever dream or some dumb shit. But it's stupid, but it's funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least that's enjoyable to play. And even though I get, like, literally every time I play those games, the fucking lighting is horrible and fucking... It takes me forever to figure out what the fuck's going on because shit's just confusing. Your fucking puzzles are just repetitive. Like, it's still an enjoyable experience compared to Poppy Playtime, where it's just like, oh, keep doing this fucking same thing over and over again until you finally win. And then we'll put you into some other stupid ass fucking annoying puzzle. Or we'll have game-breaking glitches and shit where you're like, you're trying to run from fucking the Play-Doh guy and fucking Doughy, and you fucking fall off a goddamn ledge because you have no idea you're supposed to be grabbing onto something. It's like, okay. I think Doughy was the beginning of the end for me on that game. I'm not gonna lie to you. His whole boss sequence was just retarded. I was tired after that. I was so tired, Chad. So tired. I was fat and tired.
I found another harpoon.
Yep. Oh, I got 3 fucking Tetrises on it.
I got 2. And I got some in. Third harpoon?
I'll just take the floppers. You got that harpoon if you want it. Still got 5 in it. Well, fuck you to that! Rude ass bitch.
The bitch always said was no. I didn't say fuck no, you bitch.
Say no. You are.
Bitch, I said no, and I ran away. The harpoon is still there, ain't it? Oh, well, there's a gold fishing spot if you bring the harpoon.
Who the fuck you think you are? Well, now I'm gonna go get this reach thing real quick. I love how they say, oh, they're in the pool now and it's 2 times the amount, but we literally have gotten none yet. This game lies. Fortnite, why you lying to me?
Normal shit.
Exactly. I've only found normal shit. Like, when do you expect me to find nothing but fucking gold cheat codes for this shit? Because it's not gonna happen. You guys don't make it possible to happen. But you think you make it impossible. It like took them what, like 3 days just to put fucking sprites in chests like they were supposed to. Like, how does it take you that? Oh, it's like how does it take you that fucking long to put sprites in jump, bro? What the fuck? Some of the extracts. That's just the extracts.
Oh, I was gonna.
Here you go. Take it.
Well, I have a purple drum gun.
I'll take it.
My shockwave didn't do anything. That's fuck you.
Shockwave did something.
Mine didn't. Mine did fuck you.
Oh, there's the spark too. Fucking deal.
Why do I have so much jumping?
I don't know, but we have to just right now.
Everywhere, I don't like it. I get suspended in the air for a little bit too long. Okay, it's gone. Oh, I didn't like that. Oh, you want to just fucking tractor?
Yeah, because I
Oh,
heard
wait,
somebody
over here.
over
Yeah, well, they left you and they're over here on me. Down one.
right next to you. Shooting me now.
Got him.
And we got top speed.
Sonic speed.
Great. There's a car coming. Ah, I'm back to be attacked. Under attack. Under attack.
Shit! They're multiple.
Okay, bitch.
Yeah, sure, you third party.
Fucking Marble Rivals team over here. Probably suck at it. Adventures, eat my balls. Send on my nutsack. So much for my jackrabbit that I had almost done. Fuck this game. That Mothra. So anyways, that started coming. What? There I was. Barbecue sauce on my titties. Fuck. I dropped it. Cough drop. You sage. If one more thing doesn't work, I'm gonna have a breakdown. See you later. I did that.
Spawn rate all day, bitch. Where?
BT spawn rates in your ball sack.
Where's the increased spawn
Yummy.
rates?
Too bad we don't have a fucking spawn rate booster. Sprite like we used to. What was that one that we used to have? I can't remember now. The Hollow? Wasn't the Hollow? I think it's the Hollow. Alright, try that shit one more time.
Nope.
You know what? Fuck this game. Close enough. 3, 2. Damn, we ain't got time to do it. 3, 2, 1, go. Whatever, good enough.
Close enough. Fuck the day.
Oh god, I remember I used to fucking have to do it with my ex. She's like, let's sync up our emotes. And I'm like, alright. It took fucking 30 minutes to get them to fucking sync. I'm like, I hate this game.
I was just gonna wait and try to time it with yours.
So anyway,
And then
start
you stopped
coming.
emoting and I was like, I can stop emoting.
So anyway, they started emoting. I ain't gonna lie, I'm kinda tempted to hop on DVD and see what the fuck the new killer is. How bad I'm gonna be against the new killer. I'm also like, eh.
Is there anything good with the killer? Yeah,
No,
sucks
like,
to play.
against playing her, yeah. I wanna try playing her too. 'Cause she's pretty fucking bad, like. I just found out today that if you teabag a gate, not only do you not get the fucking,
You bitch, you knocked me off the fucking zip line again.
I do it. I do shit. I don't know what
Yeah,
I'm talking about. Why is there a bush? I thought they got, I thought they,
do shit.
But anyway,
do shit.
yeah, no, she's kind of a bitch.
Yeah, if you teabag a gate, it blocks the gate.
You know, I had a teammate do that, and I was sitting there hiding on like that little side you can hide on at the exit gate, the little wall that's there halfway through. And the bitch is just sitting there teabagging, and I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? The killer even looked at me, looked at her, and then just fucking killed her ass. And I was like, oh, okay, goodbye.
That's what I would have done. But you know what? You want to be up at gate? Well, you get your just desserts. Goodbye.
Literally.
Yep. Welcome. Go. Survivors are like, you can't let the killer do that. That's not fair. Yeah, it is. You do it to us all the time, bitch. How's it feel? How's it feel that fucking shoe on the other foot, motherfucker? That's what we call the fuck around, find out strat. You fuck around, guess what you found out? Nice.
There's
Sandy.
Sandy. Man, I found a Mega Blaster. Oh, I am fucking set.
You got
Time
company
to do
outside.
flying grab shot.
Flying ass shots. Let's go. Give me them flying ass shots.
Hey, you can have a Mega Blaster.
Where the bitches are. I was trying to find the bitches, and guess what? I fucking found them. Working on it.
Go with that.
Dead.
Don't die. Good job.
Thanks. You do the best. Where's the other fucker at? So another one over here. There you are. Oh, there's two of them over here.
So are you saying you would like some ham?
I think I can handle it. What I'm trying to do. Got one. Hey, it's Goku! I heard you're pretty strong. Oh, I guess you weren't that strong, Goku. That sucks. You just got Lord Beerus. That's it. I mean, technically, when you think about it, now he isn't technically the strongest in the universe because Vegeta has the destroyer fucking God's powers.
Give me a bush.
So
Give me a bush.
technically, he's not the strongest in the universe.
Find more people to fight.
Did you hear they're switching the anime up to actually focus on Vegeta as the main protagonist now? Not the anime, but like the manga for Dragon Ball Super. Which honestly, I feel like it's fucking way. It was something that should have been done like a long time ago. I feel like a lot more people relate to Vegeta than they do Goku.
I bludgeoned them to death.
Nice.
Oh wait!
So I started busting blood, busting the move. Nah, I busted a fat nut. That sounds about right.
You already fished all the fish and stuff.
Yes, possibly, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe. I hear gunshots. I'm going to kill them.
Yep, on me.
I can't believe it. Put your bitch ass down.
I did.
And now for the coup de grace. I love giving Chad a show.
my favorite part. Now we ain't gotta tell no one. Never ending midnight sun.
Fat assassin Fortnite, hands down. I don't think I've seen a fatter one yet. I mean, unless you count fucking the bunny girl from the latest crew pack. She got pretty fat ones too. That ass and titties. Great googly moogly. She fat and juicy. Huh? I guess that works. Alright, I guess you can say Venom has a fat ass too, but I don't know, man. You think it can beat this ass? They kind of both bubbles. She dancing with fucking Venom. Let's go.
Level 2 fishing.
I'm trying to get 18 inches of Venom. Come on. You don't feel symbiote. You got a big ass dick. Oh, hell yeah. Get that. Oh, or not. I'll take this stuff. You shit in. That's fine. I'll take my gold guns. You want a gold scar? You want to know how I got these scars?
You got a gold drum gun.
I have a gold drum gun too. And a gold pump. And a gold fucking heavy. And this motherfucker. Speaking of that.
I feel like people come up close range a lot more, so I feel like the drum gun's better, but...
I bring both. I know they take the same ammo, but...
Yeah, but I got Mega Man and a flare gun. What do you want from me?
I'll take the flare gun if you don't want it. If you want me to hold on to it.
Fine. Hey, let's go.
I'm gonna wait up right there.
Oh, well.
There you go, flare gun.
Well, never mind. I guess it was a good thing that you switched with me.
Immediately melted down.
Yup. Pulled out the gold assault rifle you gave me and just instant gone. Oh, those are apparently 2 different teams.
Get melted.
Oh, yep.
That's fine, I'm coming.
No, that's fine, I got him.
Nah, that's good. Fuck is that?
Oh, hey, there's a bot we can buy. Kind of.
Override activated.
Watch out behind you!
Oh, on me!
Fuck out of here!
Another one!
I wanna die, quack boy. There's another one behind you.
I know!
I got him.
They tried to run away.
He really
What are you
did.
gonna do? You've already committed to
Somebody clip that.
stupid bitch.
He said, he's like, oh, I'm gonna get you. He's like, oh shit, never mind, bye.
Literally came in like, don't worry, teammate, I'll grab your card. No, I won't. No, I won't.
Motherfucker said, fuck this shit, I'm out. Oops. I'm dead.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Yeah, you ain't getting a no thanks. You can get the fuck out of my game, bitch.
Oh, hold on. Did I just see somebody or am I going crazy?
Yeah, there's people over here.
Oh no, I thought I seen someone right here. Well, I got a
I'm
bot,
gonna go
so
fight
it's
these
fine.
guys.
I'm coming. I'm on the way.
Alright. They're still here, so. Oh, I found them.
Hell, Black Master, you over.
Bro, I know you really did not. You really did not think that was gonna work for you. But it worked last time.
Bye, bitch. You
Thanks for the
thought.
chug splash or chug jug, bitch.
Oh, hey, here you go. You wanted a bitch. There you go.
A bitch? I get a bitch. Free bitch? Where's bitch?
Free bit, bitch. There you go. Free bit.
Oh, yeah, bitch. Ooh, Oni shotgun maxed out. Let's go.
This is my chug.
Matter of fact, mythical shotgun.
He had 100 chug that I'm stealing. No, give me back my chug.
I take it. Nope. Stop. Drop it.
If you're gonna use it for heals, I guess use it. But...
Oh, I thought I was gonna use it for.
Oh, I didn't realize you were missing.
Needed
really
the
just
shields.
said no and threw it right back to
She's
my.
like, nah, fuck me, bitch.
I'm sorry, I didn't notice your super dope. Fuck
Yeah, that bitch is trying to laser me and got fucking almost got moved in the process.
There you go. There's your gold back that I stole
Nope,
from
jug
you.
splashes. Nice.
Well, that would have been nice, and then you wouldn't have needed to use my chug.
That's fine. I got the leader.
It's
Oop.
okay.
Dude, the fucking heavy assault rifle saved me in that battle because she was trying
You
to use
know
a
what?
fucking different gun and I was like, nah, fuck.
Oh shit, that was fucked up.
What the fuck are you doing? Oh, over there.
Yep, there you go. That's what I'm, bitch.
Oh, that's the boss. I think.
Oh, it's a bot. Yeah, it is.
Wait, we got pickaxe, remember?
Oh wait, yeah. No wait, no, I think that was last game.
Oh, fuck.
Oh wait, we're being shot at. I don't think by HUD.
Stop
Oh,
moving.
maybe it was HUD.
It could-
I'll grab the rabbit, and then you can
Okay.
have the actually no, wait, I have max tails. Why? I don't need the rabbit.
I have low force on it.
You can grab the Tetris. That works.
Yeah, I got it. Wait,
I'd
no.
much rather have a Tetris than the splashes.
Load.
And I'll say I now have the enhanced for long range, and then drum gun, and a shotgun.
I got these nuts.
Oh,
Good.
it wouldn't let me through the window, so I said fuck it.
I know, I figured that out after the fact.
It said
got 8
noted my
players
big
left, by the
butt.
way.
It said my butt wasn't small enough to go through.
Up there.
Hi.
Okay, go do that.
There's 8 people left. Do we engage or do we just let them go off each other?
Eh, we have fucking 7 kills. We can chill.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We could really chill out.
We
here, 'cause
could
really
be
wiped out.
could be
Oh,
in
reboot,
excessive
reboot,
little.
reboot,
Yeah,
reboot.
we engage that. We definitely engage that. Oh, they're right
Damn
here.
it.
Nothing out of the way, motherfucker.
He's over there.
Question.
He's over there, and his teammate just landed on me. He's trying to shockwave. Oh god, we got people on us because that fucking reboot.
Yeah, I got him.
I need this bot to help out a little bit more, damn it.
Watch it.
Yeah, I know.
Did you get him?
No, I'm trying.
Watch it, mind it. Bitch, I know you do not have to ping me.
Oh shit, I gotta reload.
Fuck, I threw my test down by accident.
That's fine. I'm gonna use it.
Two. Got her. You ain't
And then I
healing
got the
shit,
Tetris.
bitch. Teammate behind the tree.
Yep, watch
Yeah,
out.
enemies on top too. Oh shit. Healing up top.
Yep, one's right here.
You know what, motherfuckers?
Gold
Shit. Who?
I think he just ran. Yep, he's
Oh,
trying
right
to
there.
run.
Yeah, he is.
And he's
No, he's over there flying away. Number 17, but your head got in my way.
That'd be so bad.
Say,
to
just
go.
say the word and pop in our Tetris.
I'm good for now. Oh, he's on me.
Oh, he's in the air with the tails. Here for a bit. Car's trying to kill me.
Yep, so did I. Going for Healy's in storm.
I got Deadpool on me. Fuck. I had him low and he fucking got me before I could finish. I'm dead. You're on your own, Neil. Careful, there's a Deadpool and another guy in the storm, but I think they're pretty below.
Oh, there goes my bot.
I would say I keep in the trees for now.
Yep, that's what I was gonna do, except one of them knows
Oh,
where
not
I'm
the
at.
M1 on hook. That was rude.
I was gonna say,
Wait,
one of
you
them
actually
knows.
got into a
Yep,
game
one of
with
them
a
was following me.
Little bitch. I say there's a reboot. No, there's no reboot, man. That's my card,
Nope.
isn't it? No, that is a reboot, man.
No, that's your card. Oh wait, yeah, that's a reboot. But fuck, that's gonna be.
Yeah, it's out of circle. You better just take a circle. Remember, you throw that in the tree, it's not gonna do anything.
No shit.
You know.
There's 5 left. I mean, there's 2 teams and me. Okay, they're fighting it out.
Yeah, let them fight. And then just pick up the last 2. Because you got the sky advantage.
Well, I think
So I
one of
killed-
them has tails too.
I killed the one
so-
that had the tails.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure, yeah, I shot him out of the sky.
Oh,
That's the Deadpool that got me.
yeah, and he's got a bot with him. Oh, yep, right there.
Yeah, for some reason you can see his, like, fucking sprite for some reason. That's
Oh,
new
nope,
fucking
there's a
feature.
tails.
Shoot him. Nope, actually don't. Just let him jump down. As long as you don't see you,
I
you're
have
fine.
circle.
Yep,
I'm in
and they're in a
circle, I
tree
think.
with a Gatling gun.
Don't look over.
Minigun, whatever. Yeah, let her and fucking Deadpool fight it out. Fuck them.
Oh, and there's. Goddamn.
It's just stay up in the tree. What are you doing? Get the move here soon. Oh, it's down to 4, so it's 1 player plus you and the other 2. I'd say let him fucking engage them.
Yep.
She can't
Careful.
fight me.
Oop, they're trying to shoot you out of the tree. Oh, now they're fighting. Oh, there's 2 of them. Okay, so maybe you want to engage those. I'm trying to pick them
Well,
off.
that's a bot. That's a dude and a bot.
Yeah, but the other guy's also with him. Pretty sure because he hasn't attacked him yet. Oh, there's a guy in the tree there. Got to kill him.
Damn it, and he's got a tails too.
Yeah, but he's in the tree. Get him. Nice! He fell into the tree. Can't feel okay.
Fuck.
Yeah, that was 3v1 or 2v1. Oh, you're so close to killing one of them at least. That minigun's ridiculous. That should not be in the sprite pool, bro. If I hadn't got killed by that fucking, what do you call it? I could have hoped to.
Yeah, if I would have pulled out my drum gun, I might have been able to do it. But I hate the gun when I'm in the air because the ag is so fucking dog shit.
Yeah. Sadly.
Alright, I need to go switch laundry, and then if you have DVD, we can.
Yeah, we got DVD for a little bit.
Beat you to
Oh,
it,
hey, wait, the
bitches.
shop updated. Looney Tunes.
Is
Oh,
that
the
what they
bot
brought
that I
out?
just... The bot that I just bought that game is in the shop. The skin on the bot that I just bought is in the shop.
The fuck?
Yeah, I'm not joking. I do not see Crash and I do not see Spyro. Oh, they're Friday. Brian just walked in the door and yelled, "They're Friday." So.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll be back. I gotta go switch.
Oh, they got the dumb ways to die bundle. Ways
Alright,
to
I'll be back.
die. Alright. So many dumb ways to die. Dumb ways to die. Many dumb ways to die. He should have committed, but he quitted. He should have committed, but he got acquitted. Yeah, they didn't update much on the story today. It was just literally the one, like the two things. That was it. Fucking land. So many dumb ways to die. Alright. Hop over to DVD. I'll take dog out for a walk real quick while she's doing that too. You got ready for some DVD? Watch me get my ass handed to me. So many dumb ways to die. Best clip ever. That clip was the best clip ever. Save. If I. All right, I'll be back, chat. Let me switch the game. I'm just gonna. Games, daylight. And I'll be back. Cool. I'm back. There we go.
Back now, batch.
Yeah.
Are we playing DVD bat?
Yeah, I'm on DVD.
Damn, I'm getting fucking down.
Oh, come on. Not again.
They actually added a tutorial fucking video thing for the judgment. Oh, for all the killers, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah, you notice the radio screen?
Yeah, honestly, I already don't like it.
Where the fuck you at, Steve? I know you're over here, you little bitch.
Not a fan of it, honestly. Too big. Too red. Who the fucking
Oh, it's not
big...
even Steve. It's...
Hold on! Who the fucking big dick Randy?
You like that?
That's you, isn't it? Big dick Randy. He's coming for your ass. I heard-
It was Big Dick Randy.
Randy. I saw Jimmy something watching that fucking. And it's just fucking Pickle Rick behind him. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take that in, boy. Oh fuck, I hate you. That fucking
Oh,
shit.
I hate this map so much.
Why did it say you were in lobby, but it doesn't say you're in a match? That's weird.
Because I'm in a game.
It doesn't say you're in the match. It says you're in the lobby.
Don't get out of the fucking game, bitch.
Weird. Take the penalty. Yeah, you know.
I mean, they got me down to 2 gens, so it's not gonna be much longer.
Big Dick Randy. That's fucking funny.
Yes, I can wait.
I guess.
Bro, I ain't been able to hit
Not like chat's going anywhere. I barely have chat anyway. New MMR calculation system is now live. To ensure it accurately establish your matchmaking rating MMR. Previous MMR scores have reset and will no longer apply. Your initial matches may feel more variable while the system should calculate your rating.
Oh, you're talking about the new MMR shit?
Yeah, with the notification from behavior. Yay! I'm gonna do like that dude in the video. I'll throw a chair at behavior and he'll stop trying to nerf shit. Especially killer wise. Well, we gotta nerf something. Nerf Wesker.
Wait, I thought for sure it was gonna say Nerf's Pig.
I do legitimately
Oh, wait,
every
if I
video
read
they
it,
nerf
then-
pig, and I was waiting for that. As soon as they said, "Oh, we gotta
I'm
nerf
mad.
something," I was like, "They're gonna nerf pig to the ground, aren't they?" Nope,
So we
Wesker.
don't talk about pig. I'm mad at the.
She's like, "What do you
Get it,
want?
son,
I'm
bitch."
watching Love Island."
I wouldn't get 2 pigs. Guess what? Neither of them accepted boops.
I mean,
That's
they don't
against all
have to
piggy
accept
rules.
it.
I
But
get
it's
one
nice when they
boop.
do.
No, I get 1 boop, and then you can chase me and kill me. I just want my 1 boop, and then I move on. You don't have to be nice after the boop. Let me get the boop, and I'm good.
Yeah, I
Kill
don't think
me
killers
after,
want to
just
do
let
that
me boop.
anymore. I usually let them move.
That boop.
I
They
like
kind
killers.
of fucking pre-gen themselves here.
Well, damn it, you
Oh,
weren't
how
supposed to
did
let
that-
them.
How the fuck did that not hit her, bro? The fuck?
Probably because your game sucks. If I had to make an educated guess.
Oh, I'm getting my ass handed to me now.
Yeah, like I said, maybe if your game sucks. could play one without overrated.
I was about to say at this point.
I mean, you could.
I mean, but then by the time we get into a game,
Right, the moment we actually get into one.
yup, he's gonna be like, "Oh, I'm done." I'm like, "Fuck." Oh, I'm dying.
Batch?
Oh shit.
You good, Batch?
No, my throat is like super fucking dry. Ugh. I don't know why. I swallowed that fly. Perhaps I'll die. Found it. I'll be good now. I'm trying to lay off using my fucking machine too much, but lately this cough's just been fucking worse. Might have to suck it up and call the doctor. Not that I want to. Fucking hate the doctors. They always told me to take care of myself, and I'm like, bitch, the fuck does that mean? Oh, I think she did.
Your game's on.
I'm gonna take the quietness as a no.
Memory 425. It's not the chilling, ethereal grip of a specter that reaches around Sable's hand, but polyester. The figure Julian saw was nothing but a bedsheet blowing in the breeze. She returns to Julian, who has freed his ankle from the floorboards. Having calmed down, he looks embarrassed. Sable offers him a hand, and after a moment's hesitation, he takes it. As he reaches up, scars stretch from the edge of his arm warmer. The thin lines are only there for a moment before they disappear beneath the fabric. Sable recalls his panic when she pulled the knife from her backpack. She glances away from his arm, pretending not to notice, looking instead to the dark room she had just explored.
Finally?
I didn't see anything in there. Julian nods, as if expecting mockery. She continues. But I believe wicked things are out there. They torment people, sometimes silently, in a way others don't notice.
Sorry, I was brushing up on my lore. On my my Sable lore. Whoever this fucking Julian guy is. Think he's gonna be a survivor in the near future. Oh my god, we got a Michaela and a Sable? This game's gonna suck.
Oh, that Sable's gonna fuck everything up.
Oh yeah, she will. She's a real idiot.
Fucking Big Dick Randy, what kind of fucking name is that?
Yeah. You trying to tell us something there, Sable? Look under the skirt, guys. Got big dick. Fucking done. So stupid. Ugh, that hurt. My throat can't handle screaming today. Even though I've done a lot of it. Screaming these nuts off. What you say, chat? Damn, Randy, but he has a massive cock wild. Yeah, big dick Randy. I can't believe Steam lets you put like fucking bad words in there. Then again, Steam also lets you download games that have hentai and shit. So why would I be surprised by that?
Be able to get away with that one.
Bro, we literally, what was that one? The Jew one yesterday? Scooby Jew?
Oh yeah, Scooby Dooby Jew and Adolf Rizzler.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they can get away with that. I don't see why you couldn't get away with Big Dick Randy.
Oh, it's adjacent.
Oh, fun.
On this map, too, of all fucking maps.
Fucking fun, please.
Damn, somebody's still running Vigil even after the nerf?
That's me, I forgot to solve this.
I mean, it's still a good perk. They didn't nerf it much.
Oh, okay.
Can you get out of your fucking shit already?
Where, bro? Leave. Fuck. I'm like right next to a jet. I can't touch it because you won't fucking go away. I'm about to sample this hook. Say fuck it. Oh my god. There's got to be a cooldown on how long you can be in this fucking thing.
Nope, there's not.
They really need to fucking change that. That's ridiculous,
Yup.
bro. Brand new part. Let's go. But the big dick Randy, that guy.
I mean, he can, but he can't do anything.
Fuck! He's on my booty hole! He's on my Jenner hole! It's on my Gentile Jenny hole. Shit, he saw me. Fuck! Fucking out of here!
Him down here, you bad.
I'm sorry, I was running for my life!
Bro, I let go. How did that fucking count as a yoink, you lying fucking sack of shit?
You did.
You got me fucked.
You brought him to our
I
head,
wasn't
Devin.
intentionally bringing him to you.
Oh, he got nowhere.
You brought him straight to Big Dick Randy, man.
That's me, bro. That's crazy.
Oh, he on the way. Oh,
He on me.
I was gonna say Devil's Toy.
Who plays fucking
I have a fucking home to do, bitch.
Bro, I have a question
Go,
too.
go,
But
go.
I'm still saying fuck that because of the point. I was like,
Run, Big Dick Randy, run!
running bombs, and I'm like, no, I can't.
If I get killed, I deserve it. My bad.
Oh, I was gonna fucking.
Fucking
I had a feeling you were gonna hold me until he fucking hit me.
No, I let go. Michaela was supposed to.
Hi, Michaela. Bye, Michaela.
Ah, fuck me. Well, he's gonna come this way now.
Oh no, he got
The Michaela's name is your mom. I didn't realize that. That's funny.
I said, hey, Michaela.
I should change my name to Big Dick Slayer. Or Tiny Dick Randy.
Big Boost Randy.
Oh, he on me
Pecker
again. Son of a bitch.
You really think they're bag? I'm like, I'll find out. I want it to feel
Fuck
bonita.
off, Jason.
Am I bonita, chat? Am I bonita?
Do you? Or do you not?
Hey, don't get more jets done.
Why am I getting like 3 skill checks and a fucking 4 skill checks in a... What is... Oh, okay. I know why.
I don't know. Just hurry up. Finish the chin.
Trying to... Oh, no! He's here. Oh, my testicle just went right up inside me.
Ew, I'm touching it.
Ew. Getting chased by a Jason.
Mr. White looped him.
Nah, you missed. Suck a dick. Jason, if you don't get the fuck off me, bro.
Where you at? Nico, go find it.
Oh, he fucking, bro, someone clip that. That was like some Matrix shit. That spear hit me right in the fucking jawline. That's crazy. Oh, someone's got breakout. Hell yeah.
No, I don't.
Michaela.
Michaela, come back. I love you.
No,
Touch me harder. It doesn't matter. I'm free. Let's go. Michaela, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Oh my god, Michaela's my queen.
So many closer.
How are you going after Michaela now?
You know.
He's like, oh, bitch. She said, it's Friday, Friday. He said, no, bitch.
Alright, go find Jen.
I ain't gonna find the gen I was working on. There it is.
Yeah, I was gonna find what I was gonna get started.
Well, that's a brand new part.
I'm trying to stay close to her. I got a flashlight. I don't know if you got light for
Probably not.
I'm gonna say only one way to find out. Try bitch.
He knows.
Good job, Michaela.
Maybe not. What you mean? Bro, the fact I ran him while somebody clipped that. Wait, what the fuck is that shit? Oh shit, it's crazy.
Oh, he's got a sloppy picture.
He's a sloppy bitcher.
Yeah, guess what? You can't fucking scare me on that one. Yeah.
What? What'd I do?
Nice. Not you. Jason.
Well, you said batch. That's all like what?
Yo, stupid motherfucker, you.
Can someone heal me? I'm E. George.
So nice.
Okay, well you find me, I'll find you, and we'll heal each other.
So fucking lost. Fucking hilarious.
You find me, I'll find you, we'll touch each other's good
fucking
boys.
Jen I was working. Oh, hey.
Oh? You talking to me?
No, bad.
Oh. Batch.
Hey, Badge, you wanna heal her?
That bitch needs healed. So.
Actually, might be. He coming!
He's coming
Go.
to me. Wait, so if he's coming to you, he's close to
I
me,
take the
right?
hit, you run.
You go this way. I go home.
You go that way, I go home.
Look.
Can someone hear me? I
I
have a headache and two. You got that clip, bro. Or that whole hit was crazy. Oh shit! Damn it, Michaela. Damn it, Michaela.
I did.
Okay.
I see it.
Danger! Danger!
Especially whenever killers have personality with it, just look at it. And it's like, yeah, break it, period.
He doesn't know I'm here. He doesn't know I'm here. He knows I'm here. Fuck. Get him off my butt! He wants my booty hole! Fuck. I'm a survivor with personality. I touched exactly one day, and I finished. Damn, Michaela. Coming in with a clutch save. Let's go. Hell yeah. Where's the damn gates? Oh, God.
It's right by me.
What?
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, I didn't mention that when we were in the car. Yeah, Optimus Prime died today.
Bro, tell me about
Or
it.
not today, yesterday. It was yesterday. It was the 26th. I looked it up.
Oh, I made a mistake and a half. Goodbye.
Yeah, so we lost Dolly and Tim Curry
Hold on.
in one day.
He just opened the door, by the way.
Michaela
Fuck. No, that was Wolf.
You could have warned me he was at that door, asshole.
I didn't see you there. Where were you? I literally just walked towards the door and was freaking the fuck out because I saw him walking towards. I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah, no.
You lost Tim Curry, too.
Oh, no, he knows. But, no, you wanna know what's even worse? I was on TikTok. And people are fucking putting out in the universe, 2026, you better not, with fucking, like, Alan Jackson, Reba, and a bunch of like that. And I'm, what's wrong with you? Why would you even put that out there?
I'm scared.
Bro, that's usually a really good map for Jason.
Yeah, but still.
I was scared. He scared me.
He did have Lightborn.
Don't even
That
joke about
motherfucker.
it. Put that in-
Yeah, we don't joke about shit like that. You put that evil in the world and that bad things happen, then we're blaming you and fucking coming to crucify you.
Lobby, Silent Shadow, no to hide, and Lightborn.
For anyone who
Glory.
mentions a celebrity and says 2026, don't take them, I'm going to cast floppy fucking dick for the rest of your life spell on you. That will be your curse. You'll have floppy dicks and vaginas for the rest of your existence. You'll never get laid again. You'll wish for death, but it will never come. Floppy dick. Big floppy dick, no hard-ons ever. Forever, ever. Flaccid. Forever flaccid. Imagine getting laid. Could not be me. Used to be me, but I just don't care. I could never. That's crazy. Tell him I got the gold crown. I don't need his no more. At least I ain't gotta look at your ugly head no more. Who is not ready to... Oh, devil. Ready up, woman.
Come on. Batch.
Yo, why is it like literally day 2 into the fucking new killer and I haven't met one of them yet?
Because it's day 3.
Okay. It's usually nothing but that killer for the entire week. What the fuck?
Yeah, but some people are having a hard time.
Well, tell them to stop being bad at the game. I don't know what to tell you.
No, I don't know what to tell you either, Batch.
I don't know either. Tell them to stop
I got
that
mashed
shit.
potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
Roasted garlic mashed potatoes.
Hey, check it ever come in. I'd go get some food. Take fucking ever in a day, bro. I had chicken I was gonna cook, but I'm just like, that shit's probably not gonna be thawed, and it's gonna take mad long, and I technically don't have fucking a stove to cook it on right now.
Oh, I should probably take some chicken out to let it thaw out for tomorrow. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna make Italian chicken tomorrow for dinner.
Bro, I got, what was it? I think it was 14 drumsticks for like $5.
Do we not have a killer?
Nope.
Nope.
You gotta be kidding me. You gonna put us in a lobby
we
with
do.
no killer?
Oh, they got one now.
Good lord.
Nah, they saw Big Dick Randy. They didn't want
They saw Big Dick Randy fucking...
Yeah, Nico changed his name to Big Dick.
Big Dick Randy coming for that ass. Oh man.
He do though.
Come for that ass. That's it. Big Dick Randy.
What happened to you?
Oh yeah, apparently it was
Big
supposed to
Dick
increase spawn rates. Fucking new cheat mask. Yeah, no, bitch, we didn't find a single fucking one.
Nope, we ain't found a single one. All we found was fucking people to murder. At least they
Yep,
fixed the
only
games,
cheat
and now we can
master
actually
that
kill
was
people.
found today was I found Master Adventure, right?
Yep.
He joined. That was the only cheat master found.
And I got gold crown because I used my cheat master ring won a match. Ironically, it was the match I literally bought the cheat master for too. You think it would be the match I didn't bring the cheat master for? Eh, it's not that bad.
I mean, it's not
it's kind of bad when the Nancy's not fucking moving. Oh, great. It's fucking Spirit. You fuck, bitch.
If you want to.
Ow. I got thwacked.
Oh, hi. She's phasing.
I can see that. I'm down.
Oh.
Shit.
I do not have my
Eight or something on it? Oh, it's ribbons. I wish an anti stop standing still and getting me fucking killed by being just still.
Or she's phasing.
Make sure she's fake, baby.
Yeah, goofy goober.
Yep, I knew it. Right to me at middle.
Oh, okay.
I was running off a little bit so I can get fucking put down again. Look, Nancy did something useful. She's actually healing.
Oh, I spun right into her ass.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck am I aiming at? Oh my god.
Hell yeah, brand new part. Did this bitch just go hide in a locker? Nancy, if you don't get your fat bitch ass out of that goddamn locker.
No!
This is how your MMR stays low when you're getting up a bot lobby, bitch. That's how you get a lot of lobbies.
God damn, what's up with all these back-to-back?
What is with the weird bar on your health? Does that actually show now? Like, what the fuck was that?
It's for hook stakes.
Okay, but what the fuck was that skill check that literally was so tiny I couldn't even fucking see it?
Oh, bro, I had one of those the other fucking day, and I'm just like...
I just got one of those now. What the fuck was that? Like, literally?
It went super fast.
Yeah, and it was just a little line, exactly. The fuck was that shit? Is that a new perk or something?
I don't know what it is.
Or is that just another fucking visual glitch from fucking behavior being retarded and not fixing the game?
Sorry.
Spaghetti code.
No, every time the chapter releases,
Spaghetti code. Yeah, because they're running out of spaghetti code, that's why. I like spaghetti code. I like spaghetti monster though.
Oh.
I finished a gen. MMR, praise me.
Speaking of code, so one of Benny's
oh, Hex Totem. This might be haunted, just heads up.
No. Let me touch it, because I got inner strength. Where are you? I need to touch the totem.
Shack.
Alright. I'm gonna go touch it.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, one of Benny's elective classes in school is computer sciences, and apparently a big part of it is going to be coding.
She's coming.
And she's on.
Coding and smoking the reefer. Just kidding.
No, coding and game design.
Oh, devour. Oh, I'm
Devour.
cleansing that immediately then. That's exactly what that is. Working on it.
That's why she was going to Shack. She was going to fucking check on it.
Well, there's
Probably
also a
having
gin
straight
there
hair.
too.
Oh, that's haunted grounds. Great.
Wrong one!
Wrong one, fool.
Oh, well, wait, there ain't really no point in healing.
Nope. MMR, man, MMR.
Alright, well, you do that gin right there. I'm gonna go try to find this totem.
wait for you to get bully lobbies, bitch. You get what you fucking deserve. Oh, I see where she found it.
How is everybody signing up with me and I'm the one who has a fucking totem card?
I found it.
I don't know, because you still can't find the shit, I guess. I don't know.
I found it.
This map, I could never remember where the fuck it was.
I want you to know I was running by a random little wall thing that was almost fully enclosed. And yeah.
Okay.
Run, bitch.
That's good. Just put a pallet between us.
I mean, yeah.
So, I guess I'll go get Nancy.
I guess you should.
I just poked you right now.
I would probably curse your name and probably give you floppy dick disease for the rest of your life.
Hey, we love floppy dicks.
I don't know, I'm trying to get hard, buddy.
Yeah.
Come over to the jet.
I bet you I found another gun.
Come over to the jet. It's a shack jet. Also, hello, Daddy Divine. What up? I see you were in my chat.
Leave me alone, bitch.
I keep forgetting I'm running hyper focus, man. Floppy dick doing the helicopter. You know, I actually did that once. We're not going to talk about the details. Just know that I've done it. Fuck! I'm running hyper focus. Don't give me your head nods. Get on the gen.
Oh, how's that?
Shit.
It was a haunted ground. I couldn't.
She got blinded again. Fuck you.
And then you got rid of ruin. So
Devour Hope's gone. They're all gone.
oh, there was no ruin. Oh,
No, she never had
fuck,
her.
so if anything, there's one totem card?
Maybe.
Possibly.
Nancy, don't bring her over here.
No, if I could just throw in my fucking stakeout stacks, I'd be set.
Damn it.
Indeed.
No, my gen was literally 19. Damn it, Nancy.
Rip. We don't talk about the deeds we say we did, and we do it again. Fuck yeah, why? Because fucking why not? Nah, I was talking about my ex. You know what I'm talking about. We just got done doing it, and I just like decided to be a dumbass and just started flopping my wiener. She fucking laughed her ass off. It's hilarious. Give no dick copter.
Ah, fuck.
Well, shit. Big Dick Randy's going on hook. I got one hook and I'm dead.
Oh, she just took me down. Ha, yeah. Your fucking devour's gone. You ain't fucking more.
Ah, dumbass. What you doing? She fucking
Put me down to try to worry me, this fucking devour.
Bitch, you thought. Bitch, you fucking thought.
Oh, she found me though, shit.
Or he has a Mori and thought I was already on to it.
Hey, man. I'm trying to save
I
you.
fucking pressed
Fuck! Down
the
you right
button.
next to him.
Yeah, no, I fucking spammed my R1, but it didn't fucking tell it.
I'm trying to go save him. Oh, never mind. Maybe not. She knows I'm here.
Yep.
Yep, I'm dead. Well, that's a red.
Cool.
Bitch, you know how to Mori? Come on, bro. You must be a baby or something.
You're just being moved on the ground, because she shook her head no at me. So you're either being left on the ground, or...
She should have been able to Mori you since we both on those.
Yeah.
Why do hitting me on a hook, bitch? Why you mad? Because I fucking blast bite you twice. I mean, just get good. Look at the blast bite before you kick the jet. I don't know what to tell you, fam.
Oh, did you really blast mine?
I got her twice.
I'm about to throw my blast mine on mine.
You asked for it.
The last one was lethal and barbecue.
That's why. No, I would have been too close for that barbecue to proc though. So that's weird.
Yeah, nah, she might have just heard you.
Probably.
Yeah.
Fucking haunted ground. I knew haunted ground was that fucking. I knew I should have touched that damn
Bang,
totem.
bang, 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 bang.
We're gonna make all the bang bangs. Bang 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 bang.
Blast mine, flashbang.
Bangy bangy bang. I should bring fucking fast track.
Oh, actually, I think instead of
Oh, okay. They made it fucking 40% instead of 66.
I'm gonna run breakout with my sable box. And what can make me run faster?
Run burst. Light.
No. There we go. Background player. That's what I was looking for. This way I can give you a boost with breakout and get to the hook in time to Sabo. And then I think instead of blast mine, maybe
We're
I'll
5 moves ahead.
Maybe I do keep adrenaline. Not adrenaline. Fucking resilience.
I am the Lorax and I'll get on my knees. We're so I can suck on knees. I can't, bro. That's
That
crazy.
was pretty good.
That was pretty good. Good lord. I guess Daddy D's ain't happy with me. They hope my chat. Didn't even say hi. Rude. Daddy D's nuts. Oh shit, I have enough to buy the new Survivor. What am I doing with my life? Couldn't do that. I definitely want this on a shirt merch. Bro, if someone actually buys that shirt, I will make merch. But you actually have to buy it.
Oh my god, all the hidden shit. What the fuck?
And all the proceeds will go to somebody else, not me.
Oh, one of them's a Mori.
All the proceeds can go to anybody but me. I don't want the money.
I want the
I
money.
just want a funny shirt. You don't get the money. Fuck out of here. Make your own shirt.
I love that little video clip where it's like, oh, putting money aside, what could really help you get out of your current situation? And dude's like, bitch, that money you just put aside.
That's funny. I mean, when you're right, you're right.
Alright, well, I guess
Look, I'll even get fucking Q to draw up the merch.
it's a nerf.
Oh, it's a fucking
Yup.
that means I'm out of here.
What? Nurse isn't that hard.
Bitch,
Oh, especially
you
on
better
this
good
map.
nurse.
This is a terrible fucking map for nurse, dude.
Yeah, well, Asher's got slapped. Nurse is right next to me.
Slapping that ash.
Slapping that ash. Ash, leave. Oh no, that's Rick. Rick leaves. I can't tell them apart. They're all white. All these white motherfuckers look the same to me now. Did she leave? Nope. Bro, why did you not just leave the gen? Why? It just felt good. You just left the gen alone. I could have finished it. Or... And she's got fucking... Get the pig right there.
make your choice. That's why she fucked off away from the fucking hook so fast. 'Cause she
Got
knew
that
I
gen
was
done.
there.
All the fucking dude had to do was leave. Give me a chance to get to it.
She knew I was there. She blinked away to get the make your choice. Came back and didn't fucking see me. I'm not fucking
Oh shit! Where the fuck she go? Okay. Back the way she came, I guess. Run.
Oh shit.
Shut up.
Oh, I
Can't
couldn't
get-
fucking loop right there. It was too tight. Damn it. I was trying to spin her, but we got stuck on each other. Come on.
Keep busy on hunting you.
I'm trying. I'm coming back. No, I'm right here. Hey.
Kick it. Kick it! She's on me.
Damn it.
That was a run. I went right back for that shit. Never mind. It's too close to you.
You were
Fuck.
too fucking close.
I can't help it's right fucking here. What do you want from me?
What do you want from me?
Go in, nurse lady.
Yeah, she missed a gen for you. Nice.
Oh, she gave up on me again.
I'm on the rules. Oh, God, you can't make your choice. Yep, make your choice.
No, no, you run. She's gonna think I got. Oh, wait, no,
yeah.
it's you.
She's gonna come for me anyway, it's fine. Hey, you know, just need better. I'd be offended if you did. I hear a generator over here somewhere. Tripping. God damn. Oh, there goes Big Dick Randy. Big Dick Randy's on the ground.
Oh no! Oh, what?
What did you do? Who is your daddy
I
and what does he do?
lifted a pallet and made her swing at it.
Nice. I still got
So
scared.
she said, ooh, you're gonna fall back over it. I can glue back and get your ass. Oh, you can't, bitch.
Still a scared hamster. Doesn't
Why
matter.
you camping,
Bitch,
hoe?
anyway. Yeah, she mad.
Probably gonna
Go
smack
away.
her with a pallet.
Go away.
That's fine, I guess. Motherfucker! Well, I'm scared hamster again.
I mean, already in.
Come back. Yeah, Rick, be it. Be gentle.
Fuck. God damn it, hyperfocus.
All the
I can focus on doing
Trying to.
I'm gonna blast her.
I did earlier. I was probably watching so pissed off at me. I should have ran back to finish the dead while she was fucking right there because it was so pissed off. I mean, I'm already scared of hamster. I'm gonna fucking take the fucking. Yeah, I don't think it ends.
Coming back to it. She's right in here.
I know. I was gonna get down anyway, so I figured I'd take it. Like hit the jet afterwards, get some fucking jump scared. Can't hit the jet because it already popped because it's fucking damn park. They should skip the van. Whenever the fuck perk quick when you put your eye hook, pops the jet. Moves. There you go, paint moves. That's what I'm saying. Get the paint red, blah 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 blah. All fucking sound the same to me anymore. Fucking too many goddamn perks in this goddamn game. Like 120 fucking perks, or like 40 fucking
It's still black.
or feel like I think it. like, bitch, I know you got dead hard. I really don't, though. Try to. Bitch won't let me. Keep him busy, don't get it done. Jesus. She's probably like, you motherfuckers are way too committed to this generator. The fuck? She's coming back. Get bitch! Of course, I'm the one who gets hit again.
Crawl toward me.
Kind of hard to pick me up.
No.
While she was blinking for the making choice number 9.
She fucking danced! What the fuck is she swinging at, bro? She's coming right towards you. She sees you. She might have barbecue. That was funny. She's so wild. We're gonna give this. That's so cute.
Oh no, not me.
Made of slogans. Thank
Oh,
you.
no.
Thank you, Jack. Yeah, you should write them all down and that's maybe later. I'll find someone to make funny this. Well, she's about to get a kill and gotta get your ass over here.
We're coming, bitch.
Okay.
Oh
Grabs
no,
you.
I'm exposed.
She's on Rick.
No, she's not. She's coming. I can feel her aura.
It's fine, go.
All right, I'm going for door.
Oh, wait,
Nope, she's at the door. Never mind. Go the other way. Oh, she's gonna tell me now. Wrong way, bitch. Wrong hole, fool. All right, going to the door. She's on you guys, so. She's on these nuts, me. You goddamn right, I'm committed to the generator and fucking too. That's how damn committed I am. Damn right. Did she just teleport here and back? What the fuck just happened?
On door.
Oh shit!
Door.
Run, Rick, run!
On door. Door open.
Well, I'm fucked.
Where you at?
That's an eye.
Go, Rick, go.
Running towards you.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go.
Oh my god.
No.
That was close.
Run, Nico, run.
Run for your life.
I heard the blind noise.
That's crazy.
I heard the noise of her getting blinded. That's hilarious.
Let's go. Oh, good.
Yeah, pain res, nowhere to hide.
Damn Izzy. Can't say bye. Can't say GG's. Rude ass bitch. Fucking Rick Grimes didn't even do shit half the game. Man. Pain res. I know where to hide. Discord and make your choice. Well, we already knew that one. I understand this.
Bro, she got,
No wonder she knew where we were.
she got no value from Make Your Choice.
She got a lot of value from Discord, so. So our dumbasses kept doubling up on Tim. Oh, did you hear about the fucking PlayStation boycott everyone's supposedly doing?
Yep.
Now let me ask you a stupid question.
I'll give you a stupid answer.
Yeah, I bet you will. How does one boycott a company and shut their consoles off and don't buy anything from them? But they only do it for a week. I'm sorry, what message are you sending the billion-dollar company who doesn't need your... by being offline for a week, which we all know you're gonna last about 8 hours if you have a job. 3 or 4, give or take, if you don't.
And they act like PlayStation.
Oh, hey, Lavenders, guys. Thank you for the follow. Wow, GG's, by the way. You almost got me. I thought you were going to kill my ass for G. For reals.
Yo, GG's.
Yes, GG's. You were kicking my ass there for a bit. I thought for sure I was dead. No joke. But I'm not great with Nurse. Let me tell you something. The first time I ever played Nurse, I almost rage quit fucking Killer because I was bad.
Bro, honestly, Nurse
I still
is
can't
just
play.
one
I
of
still
those
won't play
killers
Nurse.
Where you're either really good or you're not.
Yeah. Nurse is kind of like got a, what do you call it? A learning curve. Once you get past it, you usually either like, yeah. But there's like I would always say, there's plenty of other killers. One of them's gonna be right for you at some point. You know what I'm saying? Like for me, it was Nemesis. Ended up being my favorite one, and Demogorgon, and Myers. I have a lot of favorites. But I'm hyped to try out the new Judgment one. Sonico, man? Oh, I would have fucking died playing against Sonico. I always forget to do the tapes. I'm dabbling in others. I feel that.
Bro, I love playing Sonico.
Sonico's fun. I just hate how she has T-Rex arms.
Bro, like, honestly, if I had to say I had a second main, it would be Sonico.
Oh, sorry. I was...
Because we all know Piggy is my bitch.
Part of me really, I would like playing Dracula too, but I'd never use his fucking bad ability. Her weapon, yeah. Yeah, it really does though. I love it. I love her skins too. Pig, we love Pig here. We always love piggies. I love to make Piggy
Like I
squeal.
said
I love to make Piggy boop.
As long
I love
as you
piggies.
let me boop, we can play.
I played
harmony, and you
Pig
can kill
during
me.
the what do you call it? The lights out game
Not
mode
you.
at 4K to
Well,
couple people.
that's my rule. If
Shit
you
was fun.
don't give me a boop, you die.
Demo Puppy's
Well,
always
that's
been
my
my
thing.
favorite. And Xeno Kitty. Just a puppy and kitty. But Demo Puppy's awesome. If you use them right, you can fucking massacre a whole lobby in just like minutes.
What?
Bro, did you see? It was actually on stream. The fastest 4K I've ever gotten.
No.
And it was with the fucking Legion of all killers.
I think my fastest 4K
Bash.
was with a pig. Yeah, what up?
I need you to go find the killer and be chased for me.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I usually don't take much. It's usually like 5 seconds in, I get chased. Honestly, Lavender though, the fucking that Rick, I swear to God, like I kept trying to get him to get off the gen so I could just come in and finish it. And his dumbass would not leave.
Hold up. I can tell you
God, so
exactly
quick.
how long it took because I took a fucking. I made a highlight video out of it.
Not gonna lie, it scared the crap out of me when I got grabbed off the fucking generator.
Yeah, and I accidentally ran you to him too. I feel bad.
Hey, you wanted the new killer? There you go.
Yep, there's your new
Hell yeah! Bring it, Judgment. Let's go. Give me that pillar of light, baby.
killer.
You're not supposed to find me first.
The video of my Legion 4K is 5 minutes long.
No, you're not
It
supposed to
took
find
less
me
than
first.
that.
You're supposed to find blood.
I'm trying to find her. I don't know where the fuck she
It
is.
took me under
You think for a
5
big ass killer as tall as she is, I'd see her automatically.
You can hear it coming.
Yeah, well, I can't hear or see her. I just see her weird statues. And I just wasted my
She
brand new
coming.
part.
She coming.
Oh lord, is she coming?
She
Come
coming.
faster.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Come faster.
Nemesis.
Harder, faster, faster.
Yes,
Nemesis.
Nemesis.
Who is that?
Oh,
Oh,
no.
she. Oh. Either the killer befriended or he drizzling. Yeah, right. Imagine I befriend the fucking Judgment. Oh! Hi. Oh, hi. Hello there. I found friendship. Not so friendship, though.
Yeah, you're getting chased at a bad time now. Now's when I don't need to be chased.
Well, too late.
Peek out! Peek out,
Friendship's
turn around.
chasing me. Friendship's chasing me.
Okay.
James chasing me. Good thing she's slow as shit.
I'm saying I need.
Bad thing she's got pillars.
And then
I
I need to find again after I find the thing.
don't want my toolbox. I tried.
Run away!
I'm trying. Ooh, sorry, that barely missed me. Holy
I
shit.
seen you. I'm coming.
Oh yeah, if you get hit by that, none of my person.
Oh, Jesus. Oh shit, almost got me. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, Josh. Yeah, I'm aware. Don't touch me, don't touch me. I paid at the office, don't touch me. Ow! I got whacked.
Oh damn it! It didn't work.
What did you do?
She hit me. She fucking hit me.
Oh, you're trying to use power
She wasn't
to
supposed to
power
hit me.
people? Or for the people? Oh my god, the crab legs. It's crazy. Crab legs. What up, crab legs? Oh shit, what's me again? Leave me alone, you dirty crab.
Bro, what did you do to her, man?
I gave her my toolbox and she got angry. What? The bell didn't work. What the fuck? I hate it here. I'm getting tunneled by an angel. I love it. And she literally clip-clops like a crab. Fucking crab lady. Crab lady just hit me on hook. What did I do to deserve it? I'm getting bullied by a crab and I don't know how to feel about it.
Coming to me. Coming.
Can we insert crab with knife meme here?
Oh, she
Yeah,
seen
it's
me.
funny that her legs move fast, but she's the slowest killer in the game. That's
Bitch, if you don't
fucking
think
weird.
I ain't double it back the other fucking way, bitch.
No,
Wrong as
This
fuck.
bitch is bullying me. What did I do? All I did was try to be friends.
why do you keep hitting me?
I didn't even do anything that I didn't even do anything that built up judgment or whatever. What is that shit called?
Heresy?
Ben,
Oh yeah, there you go. I didn't even do anything that built up heresy. I was just trying to be nice to you, you bitch. Oh, fucking angel me. I already despise your kind. Ah, you blind as shit. It makes no sense. I know.
why did I get affected by Nemesis? I didn't even do anything. The fuck?
I don't fucking know,
I'm
but
just
Jesus
on a
Christ.
gin.
That makes no sense. I guess we should have brought the holy butter. Yeah, I should have brought her a basket of exotic butters. I'm so sorry.
No.
I'll remember that for next time.
Bye, bitch. Fuck off, bitch.
The one time I tried to be nice to a fucking giant godly entity, and he just slaps the taste out of my mouth. It's crazy, Chad. Crazy.
I was fine over here by myself, Cheryl.
Fucking Cheryl.
I'm gonna die.
That crying cat emote on the side of my screen is literally how I feel right about now.
Damn it, I was trying to make her fall in the hole.
Damn. I'm trying to hold the angel. That's crazy. Butter up
Look, I have
her
nothing else to work
crab
with.
legs.
Fuck.
Word. I'm gonna bring butter up her legs now. Fuck that bitch.
Oh, I'm so... No, I was so close to breaking out. Damn.
Shit, she's gonna come right here now. As I finish the generator. Yep. Nope, she went the other way. I'm gonna get you.
Bro, she is blind as shit.
Let it be known, game. I was not teabagging.
Now
I
get
was
Nemesis?
crouching. There's a difference.
Haha, missed me with that shit. Uh-oh.
Yeah, sadly, you brought her right towards me, and I was going to hell. She's blind as shit. Holy crap. At least the nurse wasn't that blind. Holy shit. No offense, Lavender.
Hello, game?
hello, Angel. Can you not? Hello, God. It's your boy, Jesus. I kind of need you to make this bitch go away.
Absolute fucking
I'm
bitch.
kidding,
How in the hell do you know I'm over?
You were definitely not as blind as this killer. Trust me. What is she doing? She can't put you in the portal.
No, she thinks that she can put.
You don't have heresy. Yeah. You know, I would like to go to exile, but seeing it on a third hook, I really don't want to go to exile.
Ah, you goofy goober.
I see you very okay. Thank you. You're welcome. No, you did good. You did very good. There are times though, even when I'm playing killer, that I fucking miss survivors and they're like right in front of me. That's crazy. I can't even judge. I do the same shit.
I need heat.
You need heap?
I need heat.
Where are you? Well, I'm currently underground. So I go play this crab leg bitch.
Oh. I see you.
Crab legs, crab legs.
Yeah, well, guess what? Now you need a different hook, bitch.
No shit. Hi.
Hey, bitch.
Yeah, get downstairs.
She doesn't have a hook here.
It's alright, I'm killing her. Ah! Oh, well, that didn't work out in my favor now, did it?
How?
Fuck.
Yeah, and of course, she's coming over here to me instead of just picking up Nico.
Fuck! She came to me, not you! Okay. I've never been so glad that that fucking beam is slow. Where did she go? She fucking
Picked me up.
bitch.
Yep.
Light more.
Even though, how in the hell did you just know we were there?
Oh fuck. You blind! You went downstairs and I'm upstairs.
What are you running?
I don't know. Nurse is calling?
Oh, son of a bitch.
That's what
Fuck, not Big Dick Randy.
I think she does have nurses. That's the only thing that I could think of because I was getting healed.
Retribution? Oh, divine retribution. Okay, I was confused. Cheryl, come here. Cheryl, come back. Cheryl, if you don't get your fine ass over here.
Oh, I'm getting excited.
Anything with the biggest dick. Wait, can I bring you back? I'm gonna take you
Yeah, you
back.
just gotta go.
I'm at one.
Oh,
I gotta go to the red one. I see. Yeah, it's gonna be a red one. I'll be there in a minute. I gotta run across the fucking map. Yeah, she's got nurses. Fuck! As soon as she started healing me, she knew where we were. She's gotta have nurses. I got worried. Well, damn it. I don't like to kill her. She mean. She bullied me. Yeah, how you fucking hit me? She really did. She fucking came for me, bro. I don't know what I did to her cereal, but apparently she mad.
Why are sometimes just open fucking chests?
I pissed at her cereal or some shit. She did not like me. What you got against me? What do you got against Mexicans, lady? Her fucking weapon seems kind of bold, if I do say so myself. Because there are times where she should have clearly hit me or other people, and she did not hit anybody.
I got off the gen too fucking late.
Damn it.
No. Go kick the jet. Go kick the jet.
Oh, she's at your ass exile. This killer is crazy, bro. Oh, you did.
Oh, we all did. Ah,
We all did.
that's a 4K.
Wait, you messing up?
I believe this is the first time he does it.
What?
Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen, where one team's doing so bad, he'll literally the other team go over and finish the service for the other kitchen.
GG. I didn't expect a crab angel lady to be a DVD killer though. Bro, neither did I, but it happened.
Well, that's my fucking nemesis.
Yup, told you, nurse is calling.
Yeah, but she was
Every
running
30
the-
seconds, the obsession is at least 40 meters away from you. You see the orb for 3 seconds. Otherwise, the farthest survivor becomes the obsession.
That's why she was running nemesis, bro. The obsession was constantly changing. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, a full. I told you that, was it earlier today? Pretty much any aura hurts.
Yeah. That's
That was
crazy.
broken.
That was
The fucking
definitely
nurses
broken.
and gears, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Keep your head screwed on.
That's crazy.
Although she can see where you're at if you're a heretic, if you don't get a great skill check. It's essentially built into your head. Another Cheryl?
Alright, Cheryl, we have big expectations for you. They readied up right after I said that. I think they agree. Yep, nope, they understood. I said that and they thought.
Time to lock the fuck in, chat.
Lock it the fuck in, guys. You
That
heard him
includes you,
right.
Cheryl.
Cheryl.
Oh, they brought the pudding.
Oh. Are you talking to me?
Someone brought a birthday cake.
Was not I.
I don't know who, but someone brought a birthday cake. Ow. What in the hell? Oh.
It's corn.
Corn.
What do we got now?
Corn.
Wesker?
Don't tell me that.
Alright,
Yeah, it's Wesker. It's Wesker.
Let me pop open this baby.
Because I don't see zombies and I hear the music from our Resident Evil. So
Yeah,
it's Wesker.
it's a Wesker.
You know, the one they nerfed.
Oh, come here, Wesker.
Oh, Wesker Daddy. Hey, yo.
I found it as well.
No, my chest.
No.
They're gonna build Wesker a shrine of items. Oh, that's a Wesker chest.
Oh, heck hell. You leave me alone. You dirty cock goblin.
Leave me alone, you bastard. How dare you?
Wait. Wesker! I request dance
I was
time.
saying wait, I thought you were saying plague. I was like, oh.
Wesker, I'm...
Ah! I goof.
You sound like you goof.
He can only spare 7 minutes, guys.
You know what? So can I.
Hey. Hey. Come here.
Stop. He tried to
Hey,
jump it.
Who is Hey and come
He
here?
said- he
Are you
said
talking to
no.
Wesker?
He said no.
He can't spare 7 minutes for you. I'm sorry.
He said I can only spare 7 minutes. I don't got time for your games.
I'm
Let's
in
see if I
frame.
get in trouble for this. I'm probably getting in trouble for this. I want you to know that.
What did you do?
I unhooked Nico.
Oh.
And then I walked away.
Oh, that
He's like,
explains why he just walked away from me after I put my item down in the ground. Aside from the fact that he was being nice.
Sorry, I thought he was coming back, alright? I don't want to get in trouble. Prince Wesker, alright? I don't want to get in trouble. Fuck.
I love how we
seen
both befriended
I
Wesker.
just started teabagging.
Come on, heels. Wrong button. I mean, wrong fucking position. Whatever. You know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I seen
I
Wesker.
can't
just went up to
fucking
him and
words,
teabagged.
my
I
guy.
said, "Prince, be mine. Be my friend."
Be my friend.
Oh,
I also
that's
need Wesker my
amazing.
friend.
I'll ask him if I can have that.
I think he's coming over here, actually.
Bro, not me again, dude.
I have the 3 gen of Doom in despair right now. Aw, that sucks. That's so sad.
I'm probably gonna get
Okay,
in
I'm gonna
trouble.
Wesker, you deserve to kick my ass right now. I ain't fucking messing with you.
You know what?
Where we going, Westy? Who the fuck you the fuck, Kyle?
Not me.
Him. Get her. Singer.
No.
Singer, Wesker. Singer. You killer. Oh, yeah.
Fucking stop moving, you dirty twat. Why are you... I could have did that over there.
I expected more from
I'm getting basement hooked. Yay! Bitch up, let's go! I told him he could do it, by the way. Just a heads up.
I figured. I'm coming. I'm coming.
I see you. I got worms now. Yay! I got worms.
Hey, that's not fair. I want a
But
Wesker
it's my
dance.
turn to get worms.
I want to be infected, dude. Yeah.
That was ridiculous. I can't believe I just said that out loud.
Talking about Wesker's purge. Oh, he's talking about the show.
I was talking about the worms, bro.
Wesker! Wesker! Where's the chest? I need a can. Where's the can?
Chesticles. Hello, Father. I have some worms.
From the...
Will you punish me for worms?
Is that all you?
But playtime's only just begun, Wesker. What do you mean?
This is all I wanted.
Look at him go. He looked at me. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. He looked at me like, I know you did not fuck
He did. He looked at you like, bitch. You better not fuck it up again. Hey,
I'm getting
what
Axe
if
body
they wanna
spray.
be
Let's
healed?
go. But I like Axe body spray.
But I like Wesker.
Me too. Oh, that's great for you. You're killer. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, those survivors will stand a chance then.
think he's my friend now too. I think he's my friend now too.
What'd you do?
I smacked him with a pallet and then just stood there and we both stared down at the pallet. Oh, he's got jet lag.
You know what's gonna happen?
I literally turned and looked and then do it.
Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I know I'm gonna go down, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Swing around the road.
One, two, three, four. Get my booty on the floor. You're like, wait, what? You're like, why are you two on the ground? Now you're just having fun. Will this lower our MMR? Probably. Do I care? Not really.
I'm happy. It's
Rated X-ray.
Wait, guys, I need you to do me a favor.
What?
Everybody, look at the bottom of your picture. Are you looking carefully?
Yeah.
Look at it with me.
Bitch. You try now.
I know how to look away.
I'm just gonna turn
He
around.
looked up like, what'd you think?
Yeah.
I got the blind dollar.
Get him. Get him, Wester.
Get him.
Get him. Get him.
It was
Get
blind.
him. It was him. Get him.
I got
Bye,
the straight
Cheryl.
kid. He knows it wasn't me. I got straight kid. It couldn't have been me.
Stop humping that goddamn fucking banging his head. He's a headbanger.
I mean,
Where's a good hook?
okay, man.
Wait, right here. I'm gonna go right here.
Here, lady. Let me kill you. Okay, he's just screaming.
He's telling you quit healing. Come get me. He said quit it. Hey, match.
Yes.
If you don't come get me off this hook, I swear.
Oh,
to God.
shit. I didn't know you were over there. I was too busy hanging out with Cheryl. My babe.
He literally looked at you. Or toward you. And swung his knife and was like, go get her.
Did he? I didn't notice. I'm too baggy. My bad. Oh, Big Dick Randy just got yoinked. Never used to that
Yeah, tell him he can hook me. 'Cause I haven't been hooked yet.
Take
Oh, he's standing right by a pallet for you.
Coming.
I messed around, Bill, trying to get out the window, but that's okay. Lost my chin.
My bad. I didn't know he was running fucking curvers.
Finish my fucking last mine.
Oh, that was me. My bad.
Hey, how dare you try to blast mine, Westy?
Yeah, how dare you?
Hey,
How dare you?
you deserve your punishment.
You true. True.
You still deserve your punishment.
Indeed.
Oh, shit.
And you broke it. How dare you? Howie. What Howie? It's that way. What the fuck? She glitched. My turn. My turn. Ow! No, I don't get the special attack. That's crazy. Come on. No. Westgate, come back. Real, get back here and hook me, boy. God damn it. I wanted to be hooked. What the fuck? It's just like fell again. One fit boy. There we go. Oh, because when he grabbed me, he hit both of you with the thing. Back. Hook me, Daddy. Hook me. Hook me.
Yeah, we can do Nico first, and Nico was already there.
The glitched hook is crazy. Hell yeah, pin me against the wall like a bad play that I did. What are you
Okay, Cheryl's turn.
Cheryl's turn. Oh, we're devil's turn. She likes that. My turn to pull Gwen off the hook. Stagger! Let's go.
Hey, not all of us can run that fast, dude.
Yeah, I'm slow as shit. In real life. Damn, we can wait. Fucking bitch. Your ass. Look. I'm like glitching. There you go. Everyone looks confused.
No!
Hey, get your ass back here.
I'm trying. I'm trying to eat so I didn't move, but I was a little late.
Alright, is it a raise or is it red light, green light? Oh, that's a raise. You gave the 1, 2, 3 with the nods.
Well, it's neck and neck. Between me and Nico, who wins?
I'm winning.
Sorry about your freaking tight. Nah, you beat me by like a hair. You beat me by some purple hair.
Oh, you stayed behind to get the Mori, didn't you?
Yes, you did. I knew she was gonna do that shit.
That's why I said, oh no, I'm losing.
Mr.
It's look nice. If I could touch your body, I know not everybody's got a body like you. Infectious Fright, Barbecue, Deadlock, and Eruption. I like it.
Nice.
Mr. Monkey. She's fucking monkeys.
Yeah, no, none of you caught it, but I was going really, like, I was going with everyone at first. And
Oh,
then
I know. I heard you going, oh no, I can't catch up. And I'm like,
well, no, I was just ever so slowly letting off my joystick, like, oh no.
I mean, like that time that I was going to save somebody and I was like,
wait,
alone. I was like, oh,
Wesker, I love
no,
you.
me.
Oh my god, Wesker just got my fucking tome done. I don't have to play as Dwight anymore.
Woo!
Oh, right, 'cause you only had to play with Bond, right?
No, No, I had to hide within 10 meters of the killer for 60 seconds in a single trial as
She almost said a single twat.
Wow.
In a single twat. A single twile. Single twat twile. Twat twile. That was funny.
Yeah.
Oh man, you guys crack me up every time. Oh, I guess it would be nice if I could touch your body. I know not everybody's got a body like you.
I don't have to play as Dwight anymore.
I just wanted to play as Dwight. It's crazy. Crazy, man. Crazy. Oh, should I join the girl squad?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What girl should I be?
Oh, you're sending a paragraph.
Yeah.
Well, that's a general rule.
Good night, bud.
Oh, you're gonna play as Leon?
No, that's the rando.
Yeah, that's what I know on me.
Oh, you played Kate. No.
Yeah. Well, of course I'm gonna play as Kate. She's like my sexiest survivor. I mean, sexy. Bang. And like 3 other ones. But she's got all my cosmetics. She was like Sable before Sable was Sable. Yeah, before Michaela was Michaela. And before
Sable and
Joni,
Michaela are besties.
Yeah, well, it can't be my bestie. Fuck y'all.
You know what? Fine. Fuck you. I'm only saving Nico. I'm gonna leave you on
I
hold.
bet. Wow, that's fucked up.
No, you said we're not friends. Can't save you.
Fine, I won't touch your butt then. How about that?
I'm gonna
Hate
go
this map.
drop down
That's
into the
fine. Nico
bathroom.
will give me heals. Fuck you.
Touch your butt all I want. Can't stop me. Oh,
Oh, is it
Nemesis or
another-
Wesker.
Don't tell me that.
It's another Western.
Where is he?
Imagine it's the same one.
Where is he?
That would be
Is he
crazy.
downstairs?
Fuck. Oh shit. Shh, be very
Oh yeah, get us both gone.
Be very quiet. He doesn't know where
He can see you.
He can't. What are you talking about? You hit kids and shit. We're just hiding. You made friends with the Wesker, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, I heard them. Well, I guarantee you the same Wesker.
Oh, I didn't realize my phone was playing.
Lol. Oh, hey, Michaela.
I was sucking his pecker. No, I was.
Damn, the pecker sucking? I thought that was my job.
I was saying.
She was giving the gawk gawk to Wesky. Let's go. Oh.
I was not shaking my head. I was doing the come here.
Oh, you're just jealous she ain't doing it to you.
No. No, I didn't shake my head until I stood up, so fuck you.
He really made the sound and everything.
I know what I did.
done.
I know what you
This is gaslighting on the highest level.
You wanna bet? You wanna...
Oh.
Oh damn, you're right, hold on.
What?
Well, too late.
Oh my god, you guys are crazy.
Hold on, I'm proving a point.
Look, everybody's got to do a little gawk gawk every once in a while. That's how you survive.
Watch. I do the come here emo, and then I stand up and shake my head at him.
Okay, I guess I like that.
And the only time I look up is because I look up to see what he's doing. But I didn't realize he was shaking his head. And I was like, oh, he is shaking his head. See?
Oh, rude. You know what? Fuck you too, man.
All
Damn
I did
it.
was look up
Was
at
that
him.
it?
Yeah, no, I looked.
Don't think it's the same one because he has.
Oh.
You're such an ass. You would ask for that one. Oh, good.
Okay, well now apparently.
Don't you drop that pound, sir.
Wesker to make sure he was nodding his head. I licked his dick, according to Brian.
I mean, I'd lick his dick.
Sweet Blake said he wouldn't lick his dick.
I'd do it.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
He said no.
No?
No,
Okay.
he said no to you.
Okay, I leave. Bye.
The hook's still not there.
Bye,
He wants
Helen.
Leon. Over you. Or you. I don't know. He's nodding his head. I think that's a. Are you trying to get something? Because like fat ass here.
Oh, the hook's back.
Get it. Yeah. Get it, Daddy. Just get it. We having the hook. What the fuck?
I don't know if I should do
He's
Jen
telling
or
you to
if I
go.
should
He said no.
I know, he told me no. That's why I'm like, I'm just gonna.
No, he just broke the wall and looked at Nico and said no.
7 minutes is all I can spare.
I know. Well, they can. They're on the ground.
Literally like a half an hour.
I'm not on the hook.
He told me no.
I'm getting my ass.
I'm not sandbagging. I don't know. Should I ask?
I'm getting.
Okay.
Save his bitch ass.
I'm gonna get in trouble. I want you to know this. You're gonna have to go get Leon, or else I'm gonna.
Help me, I'm dying. Slowly but surely. 7 minutes is all I need. 7 minutes is all I
See,
need.
I
to
told you I was
do
gonna
it.
get in trouble. I told you I was in trouble, damn it, Nico.
Alright, here. I'll do the
Look what you, I'm
bridge
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, I'm sorry. I understand. I'm
thing.
very
Okay,
sorry.
he said I could take you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
You're dumbass.
I just. Sorry.
Oh god, these friends are bullshit.
I'm just looking for a gin. No.
I'm getting Wesker off, guys. He was enjoying my hand, bro.
It's the fact we got 2 Weskers in a row, and both times I find them immediately and go, rent.
What is he just standing there?
He's telling you to go about your business, you know?
Can't in my way. Oh, hi.
Jesus! Oh,
Bye. That would...
I'm gonna get in trouble. I just had 3 skill checks back to back, and one of them was literally immediate. Like, tap and then tap. And I missed it. Do it. I dare you.
Wes get the best time of his life. He rotating on it and everything. Bouncing on crazy style.
I just see the Leon sneaking away.
Yeah.
Are you scared, Leon? Sounds good.
Oop.
I think Leon's my friend now. I gave him a flashback.
Man's got iron grass who wants me to wiggle. That's insane.
I mean, I do have a flashlight.
Oh, I got breakout.
Breakout might help. Never mind. You got out.
That big. That big.
Oh, damn it, Leon!
Fucking Leon comes in, fucking us up and
Yes. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Ow. I can't do the blah blah. I can't English now. DVD doobie. Is that the killer? Probably the killer. Oh. Really killer.
I'll see you dead.
Well, he'll see you dead, I guess. Bye. Ow! What I do? Oh, what I do?
Oh. That's okay, I'm the backpack. I'm the backpack.
You're the backpack slug.
I'm the backpack. How much you wanna bet he's got like agitation or something? I'm just beating them motherfuckers.
Would you still love me if I was a snail?
Yeah.
7 minutes is all right.
Hey.
Pretty sure we went past those this by now.
Tell me y'all were watching Leon's aura just fly across the fucking couch.
I did. Tired.
Hey guys, you want to see a magic trick?
Go gadget dick. Is that it?
Hey, no.
Oh, well, please. I can also do a magic trick.
Right downstairs.
Get down with the doodle. Your dick is now a doodle. What's how you make a pile?
See, y'all are running away. I'm staying right where Weston put me.
Get your ass down here.
No, I'm a good child.
Well, he's down here.
Hey, he's down here
Yeah, then
anyway.
you gotta come look for us up here.
Maybe.
I'm telling them you're down. Y'all ran away. Y'all didn't.
See, he ran right to us.
Yay.
Quick, drop down.
Drop on him.
Drop on his head. Drop on his head. Wait. He was like, jump like all. I hate to alarm you, but I'm gonna leave out here.
You've really.
No, Leon, help me. Damn it. You fucker. No, I can't. I'm gonna die. No. Wesker, why? Oh, he's gonna hook me up. Oh, right, he's gonna hook me up. Well, yeah. I'm the backpack now.
Yeah, no, I'm in fucking blanket section.
Alright, which one is closer to that big thing, Randy?
Oh, him. Apparently.
Big jig
Let
rat.
him look at
Hey, you can have him. Somebody clip that. Somebody fucking clip that. He just fucking, he fucking deleted your ass. I've never seen some crazy shit like that before. Oh, God. Uh-oh, I can't take another hit, bro. I don't want it. I don't want it. The Alcatraz back here, heal me. Look, you want to give me. Gobble, 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 gobble. Oh yeah, he likes me the best.
That's fine, you do that and I speak his butt.
Get not, bro.
Where's your breakout? Your breakout ain't working.
Don't hit me. I can't take another hit. I just can't.
You said one a bit.
I bleed on the floor.
Oh,
Use the dinosaur.
hold on. Why is this Leon not doing a gen, damn it?
I don't know.
You got into a ball.
Hey guys,
You about to get in trouble there.
I'll get spuddies. Oh, he's taking me to dark place. Ayo. You want to wiggle now? Okay. Damn, he's taking me to the private dungeon, bro.
He's coming back like, how in the fuck did you go down,
He
stupid?
took me on the world tour.
It was yesterday. But, I looked it up. He died yesterday. He died the 26th. No, Tim Curry died the same day as Dolly.
Yeah, how rude.
It says that they're supposed to be increased spawn rates based on hits.
Ain't no free shit. We ain't found a single one. Nor can we find the Captain Pose in the game. That kind of nervous.
Yeah, make yourself fucking useful and you'll do a fucking job.
That's what I'm saying.
We're here to go.
Right, what's this Leon doing? Leon.
I don't know. I'm just stabbing here, dude.
I know.
Oh, that's not where I wanted to go at all. I wasn't trying to go in the locker. Oh well.
Oh, now he's finally doing a gen.
There's a jet right there, dude.
We're probably just trying to figure out what the fuck we're doing with our lives. What the fuck are you idiots doing?
Fuck off. Just fun. I wasn't even. He literally fucking knocked me on the ground.
Is he
And now
really
he's
getting
jumping
jealous of
away.
Messenger?
Now he's fucking playing. Well,
Yeah.
that's Plague. Plague's in front of me, you stupid.
I'm sorry, hold on, let me get right in front of her. There you go. Beat me, daddy. Do it. Do it. I'm a girl. I can't be humping anything.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Give me, give me, Jesus
Oh, wait,
Christ.
wait, wait. No.
Oh, I can't do slugger rates. I hope he knows this.
You're not gonna you
Yeah, if I get down, I'm dead.
No.
Yeah, like, yeah. Yoink.
I got in trouble.
You just made a dig.
Oh, here at the door.
Yeah, upstairs. Oh. Well, Mike, there was your opportunity.
Yeah, I'm about to leave. I'm
You
sorry.
got another one. You get another one between the vans.
He's trying to goat me. Oh, no, I'm dead.
Not the no end.
I was literally one hit from
Oh no,
death.
Wesker, he's gonna die if I don't.
Wesker, don't do it. Wesker, don't do it. I need to live.
Don't, Wesker, don't. Oh god.
Don't down me, please. Don't down me, please. No, I can't take
You
it
can
anymore.
have me.
Ah!
Oh.
No. You
Oh,
won't hit me.
Nico.
There you go. Come on.
Go. My Mori.
I got it.
My
I
Mori.
got it back.
No, it's fine.
I'm leaving. Why? I don't
Fine.
want to die on the floor.
It's fine.
Like a
Get
dinosaur.
him. Get him. Get him. Yeah. Take him out. Take him out. Yeah.
Look, 7 minutes. He's about to give me 7 seconds.
Yeah. He told you leave.
7 seconds
Tell
of
me.
heaven.
Tell him leave.
He said tell him leave. That's crazy.
Tell him leave. He's telling you to leave. If you don't leave and we both die, I swear. You better fucking leave. He's telling you to leave, damn it. Leave. Nico, I swear to God. He's being mean.
I want it. You got the last one.
No, it's mine.
You got the last one. It's my turn.
It's mine. No, it's mine. He said it's mine. He told you to leave. It's mine. You were told to leave. I get Maury.
I'll sit here and let the entity get smoke of it.
Wesker, he being mean. He won't let me have the Maury.
Take his ass out. Oh, I think it's out.
No, amigo. Give me out. Okay. An
You don't
asshole.
want to kill him either.
What, forced me out? I'm gonna laugh you still don't get the Maury, asshole.
You won't give it to me.
No.
Hey.
He's gonna hit the fuck out of you.
I got it.
Fucking serious.
He edged the fuck out of you, though.
That should have been mine.
Look, I would have gladly taken more.
No.
But I was about to die. I was like,
Oh,
Oh, it was not his name.
it was not.
Was it?
Yes,
That's
that is
crazy.
Nico.
Don't you worry, she's faithful to you. Except for when Wesker's around. Then you just gotta share a little bit.
Yeah, but
Know it,
unfortunately,
iron
with what
grass,
time it is,
sloppy and sloppy.
I've got to hop off. I've got to
Same.
get to work. I got work.
I have to get ready for work tomorrow too.
But that was fun, and that's a great game to end on. 2 friendly Weskers in a row.
I know, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's unheard of.
Mhm.
But I will gladly take that any day.
Yeah,
Hell
I'm
yeah.
definitely leaving this name in my repertoire here.
I'll probably play
Everybody like Big
something
Dick Randy.
tomorrow. Well, we'll see if fucking me and Q play shit at midnight, but yeah. I'll be on tomorrow.
All right. Night.
Whatever I end up playing. Night.
Nah.
Night, everybody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, and watching, and playing games with me. And I will see if I can reach somebody. I think Rose is streaming, so I might just go read her. Just why the fuck not? Because I do have to work tomorrow, sadly. She's literally the only person on that stream. That's crazy. Rose. Yep, Rose getting a raid then. That sounds like an idea. Stream. Raid. Thank you for all the killers who joined us today. Thank you for all the survivors who joined us today. Thank you for everybody who played games with us and hung out and did all the good shit. I hope you all have a great evening. And I'm glad that I got to have fun today and fucking, you know, be myself again. Instead of being all fucking depressed and shit. So, without further ado, !Sport raid for our main emotes. !Sport raid 2 for the non-emotes. Or raid emote shit, whatever, you know what I mean. Go ahead, copy paste that, use it in the chat. Say hi to Rose for me. I'll probably be hanging out for a little bit before I decide to get off for the night. And then I'll see you guys tomorrow. Which I'll probably be playing Shift to Midnight again, because I gave it some of this fuck. Get my chat to like 1 second. Stupid chat thing. I love the music of the fucking lobby screen. Very like, I don't know how to describe it. But yes, thank you guys so much, and I will see you guys later. Have a good one. Bye. I know it's waving. It's always a delay, but yay. Bye bye. Bye bye. But